Good morning, everyone. Please take your seats. We'll be starting our session in 1 minute. Thank you. Test. Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues, good morning, everyone. It's my great pleasure to welcome you today in this session titled Building in the Success of the ITU Global Cyber Drill at JSEC 2025. This session is co-hosted by the UAE Cybersecurity Council and the International Telecommunication Union. Today, we'll explore how strategic international collaborations, exemplified by the Global Cyber Drill, is shaping national and global cybersecurity readiness. Before we begin, allow me please to briefly share with you the structure of this morning session. In the beginning, we'll start with the opening remarks from the UAE Cybersecurity Council and the ITU leadership. This will be followed by fireside chat with His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Al-Kuwaiti. And finally, we will conclude with an interactive Q&A session. So with that, I'm honored to invite Ms. Sophie Madens, Chief Digital Knowledge Society Department, delivering remarks on behalf of the BDT directors, Mr. Cosmas Zavasava. Sophie, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. On behalf of Dr. Cosmas Lucky-San Zavasava, I'm pleased to deliver these opening remarks. Your Excellency, Dr. Mohammed Hamad Al-Kuwaiti, Head of UAE Cybersecurity Council, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor to deliver these opening remarks at this session on behalf of Dr. Cosmas Lucky-San Zavasava, Director of the ITU's Telecommunication Development Bureau, as we build on the success of the ITU Global Cyber Drill and look ahead to JSEC 2025. Let me begin by expressing my gratitude to His Excellency Dr. Al-Kuwaiti and the UAE Cybersecurity Council for their extraordinary vision and leadership in hosting the ITU's flagship event second year in a row. Thanks to your commitment and generosity, participants from around 130 countries gathered in Dubai this year, a powerful testament to our shared commitment to global cybersecurity cooperation. We're proud to say that last year, during the first ever physical global cyber drill, together with the UAE Cybersecurity Council, we broke 3 Guinness World Records, and this clearly demonstrates the power of partnerships. This year, we broke 11 Guinness World Records, proof that when we come together across borders and sectors, there is no limit to what we can achieve together. Distinguished participants, we live in a time when cyber incidents are escalating in frequency, in scale, and in sophistication. In this reality, effective incident response is no longer optimal, it is essential. As the UN's lead for information and communication technologies, ITU is uniquely positioned to convene global expertise, forge strong partnerships, and build technical capacity, again, together. We often hear that cyberspace knows no borders, and that's absolutely true. And that's why we must ensure that our knowledge, our experience, and our solutions also transcend borders. The Global Cyber Drill embodies this spirit. It is not just a set of exercises. It is a platform for peer exchange, for regional and international cooperation, and for real-time learning through simulated high-impact cyber attack scenarios. As we reflect today on the incredible milestones we've achieved, from breaking world records to strengthening global cyber resilience, one thing is clear: progress is only possible when we work together. The Global Cyber Drill is more than a response exercise, it's a catalyst for global unity and preparedness. Let us carry forward the momentum from Global Cyber Drill 2025, not just a success story, but as a blueprint for the future of global cyber cooperation. I invite all of you to continue engaging, sharing, and building across borders, across sectors, and across disciplines, because together we are not only responding to threats, we are shaping a safer, more resilient cyberspace for you, for me, for all together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sophie, for these inspiring and insightful opening words and for reaffirming the ITU commitments in building global cyber resilience. Now it's my pleasure to invite His Excellency, Dr. Mohammed Al-Kuwaiti, to deliver his opening remarks on behalf of the UAE Cybersecurity Council. Your Excellency.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for these nice words. Thank you very much to everybody who participated with us in many of those great exercises and even continuing and building up to all of those previous things that we've been actually working together with ITU. And we really appreciate that partnership. And yes, together we can make difference. And that's what we've seen. We all know that we are moving towards digital cities. And this is what we realized, as a matter of fact. That digital transformation have touched all sectors, have touched, be it our essence of life, electricity or water or any of the transportation, education, healthcare, you name it, any of those sectors have been moving towards that digital transformation. With that digital transformation, we've seen those digital nations, as a matter of fact, evolving now, using ChatGPT, using AIs, using blockchains, using anything in their transactions. And this is what made us, as a matter of fact, really fragile if someone is trying to actually penetrate or get into any of those systems. And in that perspective, definitely those attacks, those threats does not distinguish and knows no border and does not distinguish between entities, countries, businesses, people. They are behind destruction in one end. They are behind really the money aspects of another end. They are behind the instability that we've seen. And this is what really brought us together here with ITU. We're trying to send a message of unity. We're trying to send a message of capacity building, a message of working together in order to build that resiliency. And this is, as a matter of fact, a part of our national cybersecurity strategy, where we focus on 5 main pillars. One of those pillars is to build technologies, build capacities, build many of those capabilities that helps us in order to achieve our goal. The second pillar focuses on innovation. We've known about innovation. UAE is well known about innovation. All of those great trusted partners coming together, really innovating and creating great things together. And that's what we've seen, as a matter of fact, in that global drill. Another third pillar in that perspective, it's our passion. we are here to defend and protect. We are here to serve and protect. And that's what we've seen. When we've seen a huge area of our venue, all of those nations coming together in order to really share their expertise and work together in order to send the message of unity. There is a third or a fourth pillar, as a matter of fact, that focuses on governance. By the end of the day, we need to have those policies, those procedures, those governance, legislations, things that guide us in doing what we are doing. And that the compliances that we are actually coming up with, and with the great partnership with ITU and the great nations, as a matter of fact, we've come with the greater governance and policies in this regard. And the fourth or the fifth pillar and the last pillar we're talking about is what brought us together here, is the partnership. We cannot do any of those things without having everybody together helping us in this regard. And that's what we've seen in our global cyber drill. More than 130 nations coming together. Again, it's not only the numbers that we're talking about. It's not the 3 Guinness World Record or the other 11 that we actually broke, from the number of nations who participated, to the type of scenarios we are bringing, to the infrastructures that we are actually expanding and doing here and there. It's those who are actually working together with us in order to send that message of unity. That message of working together can definitely add value and make a difference. Imagine having those 133 nations coming together in one place, with each one of them is representing their government. Each team is at least of 5 personals coming in that one place, working together into a sophisticated and complex scenarios where AI takes over and try to attack you, where human versus machines comes in reality, and how you actually do any of those scenarios that we actually simulated in this regard. And all of this have really greatly added great value to us all. So definitely, we are continuing in building that togetherness. We're continuing in building that momentum to really bring everybody together. Our digital transformation will always continue with us. AI, it's just a start, and there will be more and more of those technologies. That's why we need to build that readiness. We need to be resilient. We need to work together in order to achieve those goals. We cannot do this ourselves. We need everybody with us. And ITU here is really helping and really leading in bringing everybody together in this domain. So thank you very much for that opportunity, and thank you very much for attending today. And I hope this fireside as well will be beneficial to us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kuwaiti, for your vision and for highlighting the UAE leadership in building and fostering global cybersecurity cooperations. Now, ladies and gentlemen, would like to move right now to the next part of our session, which will be the fireside chat with His Excellency Dr. Kuwaiti. So maybe here I will be taking the seat. Thank you, Sophie. Thank you very much for you. Thanks a lot. شكرا. أهلا ومرحبا. شكرا. So, Dr. Kuwaiti, allow me, before we dive into the discussions, first to congratulate you and congratulate the whole UAE Cybersecurity Council team, Dubai World Trade Center, JISEC team, and also the ITU team in the success of the implementation of 2025 Global Cyber Drill, which set a very high expectation for any future collaboration between UAE and the Cybersecurity Council. Congratulations again.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this, and congratulations to you all. You started a great partnership in that perspective, and you changed that partnership in being only a papers or a discussion or a conversation into an actual, tangible things that we actually seen. Every nation that we've met there in UAE, and we've been meeting, as a matter of fact, all of them talks about that great event and how they actually gaining, and we're building in that, as a matter of fact, now into a bilateral even relationship, and continuing in that aspect. So thank you to the ITU, thank you to you, Marwan. You were there with us, alhamdulillah, since the start, and continuing to become as well a part of the whole family and team in doing such every coming JISEC, inshallah.
Thank you so much, and we are looking forward for any future collaborations. So my first question to you, Dr. Kuwaiti. The UAE Cybersecurity Council has been at the front of advancing international cyber cooperation. What does this collaboration with ITU and the global cyber deal signify for the UAE regional and the global cybersecurity vision, and why is such collaboration particularly critical at this moment?
So we are well aware that our area has a great geopolitical aspects. From a greater hub of all of this data and transportations and things that's happening in the region, as well as from a perspective of becoming a digital hub as well in that aspects. We've seen in the financial sector, for example, how many of those transactions comes through our region. And by the region, I mean the GCC region in that perspective. UAE in particular as well have been a cornerstone in many of those aspects. So with that, we've been facing so many attacks across the past years. We as UAE been suffering with all of the investment that we do from digitizing and building up our environment as well as critical infrastructures. And this is where we are trying to send a message. We need to protect those infrastructures. Maybe today we are being facing with all of these attacks, but imagine tomorrow everybody will be as well. And this is, as a matter of fact, what's happening now. Many nations are suffering from those cyber crimes, cyber terrorism, and cyber warfare. As a matter of fact, if I focus only on cyber crime, there are more than $9.4 trillion loss of all of those cyber crimes across 2024 by itself only. So imagine now how much this could cost the critical infrastructure if it comes to, as a matter of fact, a cyber warfare. And that's what we've seen. There was a loss of lives because of taking down a healthcare infrastructures in some of the countries around us. EU, for example, a great example of this, or other nations who are actually really not only suffering from a monetary type of aspects, but a human aspects in this regard. And this is where it needs really to come together to a unity, to a place where we could actually, as UAE, set an example that this could be possible if we put our hands together, our shoulder to shoulder, working together in protecting that perspective. And this is, as a matter of fact, one of the outcomes of those great exercise. You build deterrence by this greater national and international unity. You build a great capacity of readiness, of actually preparing those nations to be a part on the things that you do. You build, as a matter of fact, the human factor culture in cybersecurity, and that's what we are really focusing on, building that cybersecurity culture. Technology will always stay with us. Technology, as well as any of those advanced things that we've seen, will always stay with us. Having a lifestyle and the hygiene of cybersecurity is very, very, very important to us. We've heard of so many cyber crimes, be it from that child online crimes all the way to a simple bullying, as a matter of fact, in some of those cases on schools or universities, to, as a matter of fact, taking things down as the latest Trump signage of, as a matter of fact, the partnership with the private sectors of taking any AI type of misused pictures or images in that perspective, as well as videos, all the way to funding terrorism, for example, in that perspective, or all the way to, as a matter of fact, money launderings or cyber warfare in those aspects. All of this, as a matter of fact, why I'm mentioning those cases, because those are some of the scenarios we put into that cyber global drill in order to send a message to everybody that those are the things that you could be facing in those digitization aspects that we've seen. Alhamdulillah, we've seen great aspects, a great unity in this perspective when you see every nations, regardless of their ethnicity, regardless of their background, regardless, coming together to help and support in protecting that critical infrastructure. So yes, it's a success for us. It's an added value for us all. It's a hub that we need to actually send, and it's a culture that we need to spread.
Thank you, Dr. Kuwaiti. And maybe I think it's worthy to mention to our distinguished participant here that the theme of this year, 2025 Cyber Drill, was the unity, which is the same time, I believe it's for the UAE government, is the year of unity, which is 2025. Thank you so much, Dr. Kuwaiti. So my second question to you is mainly, this Cyber Drill brought together over 300 participants from around 130 countries, demonstrating truly global representation. From your perspective, Your Excellency, why this diversity of participation is so critical in building cyber resilience? And what motivated the UAE Cybersecurity Council to grant fellowships for participants from these countries? And also as a reminder for the participant here in this panel, that thanks to the UAE government, we could sponsor from ITU side over 300 participants to come and to join us in the global cyber drill. And thank you again for this support.
Thank you very much. And we did this in the first global cyber drill. We did it in the second on this year, 2025, and we will always continue doing it as a matter of fact. Because we believe that, as mentioned a minute ago, together we can make a difference. Together, when we bring everybody in that perspective, it will send that message of unity. It's very important to realize that, yes, it is 300 plus in that aspects, but behind that 300, there was a greater team who've been actually working with the great delegations in coordination with the ITU and coordination with everybody of bringing and facilitating so many groups of those. Some of the nations came there, as a matter of fact, with at least 7 or 8 people. Maybe, yes, we're covering or who represented in that exercise were 2 or 3, but the people behind them and the team who actually participated in that really exceeded those even 5 or 7 personals. In addition to that, the infrastructure we're using, as a matter of fact, and the setting up of that infrastructure, the facilitation and the coordination that needed on-site as well as online. So it's a great and a big team who are actually working on this. And the design of those scenarios to really make it fit what's happening across the whole world. It's very, very important. So bringing all of those nations, bringing all of those delegations together, it makes us one proud that they are all really united into the cause, united into really sending that message of we are together, can protect our infrastructures. And that's what we've seen. Our infrastructures are fragile enough. We've seen so many breaches as well as leaks here and there. So we send that message to them. And as a matter of fact, as I was walking through many of those delegations and teams who are actually, or even meeting with them in the back end as well, everybody was really excited to be a part of this and to send a message that we faced similar to this scenario one day. And we are prepared now in building communication with everybody. When an attack happens, it does not happen only to a one nation in that aspects. And this is when you bring all of those nations together, you are building that network. You're building that communication as well as engagement aspects. In one of the examples, for example, we always, as a matter of fact, send that message to is one nations have been attacked by another nation who's sitting across them on that table. But because of many of the geopolitical or even miscommunication or even not even finding the right team to speak to, what happened in that engagement on that global drill is you will see those nations speaking to each other. You will see that they're discussing an attack they faced from that friendly nations without the knowledge of that friendly nations and how they're actually really building that protection and resiliency. And this is, as a matter of fact, one of the examples we had. We've been facing so many attacks from one of the nations there without their knowledge, with all of the cables we've sent, with all of the letters and memos we've sent. By the end of the day, when I sit across that head of cybersecurity of CERT from that nations, that's exactly what they mentioned. We don't know how to deal with that. And this is where we come again into that second step of that bilateral engagement and really helping each other to take down that attack or that vulnerability. Well, alhamdulillah, we've seen this greatly really succeeding in sending that message and building that resiliency and security. So this is one of the examples that we're actually really proud of bringing, and I'm sure we're continuing adding more and more successful story on this. Again, thanks to the ITU who brought again that collaboration and coordination with us all, and definitely continuing and building this engagement with them all.
Thank you, Doctor. I agree with you. Corporations and partnership is one of the main pillars of building global cyber resilience. And with that, this has guided me to the next questions, which will be mainly about partnership. So the 2025 Global Cyber Drill was co-organized with key partners like Interpol, United Nations Counterterrorism Center, UNCCT. In what way did working with law enforcement and CERT communities amplify the impact of the cyber drill? And how can we maximize the potential of such partnership moving forward to tackle cross-border cyber threats?
So that's a good point that you brought there, Marwan. It's focusing on those organizations who are actually really becoming a part of this global nations and countries. Europol, Interpol, counterterrorism centers, all of those, they are actually seen that all their crimes becoming and shifting into a digitized world. And this is where they need the teams who are that experts in this field. They need the CERT, the incident responders, the threat intels, the private sectors. All of those entities are really the specialized teams who are actually knows those attacks or how to investigate those attacks, and add to it the law enforcement aspects. And based on, if you see since the end of that global cyber drill until today, there were more than 2 large infrastructures of a ransomware being taken down because of many of this collaboration, because of those entities, be it in the Interpol or in the Europol or in the counterterrorism, they've been taking down many of those infrastructures because now they know who to speak with in each one of those nations and countries. They know what they are looking for in many of those aspects. And as a matter of fact, it is an eye-opener to so many of those nations that our infrastructure could be abused by someone we don't know, someone who are actually misusing that infrastructure and taking advantage, be it in attacking other nations or be it in any of those money launderers or the cryptocurrencies that we've seen. Many of those crimes are actually in that. And this is why the counterterrorism team were there with us because of that. They need to follow the money. They need to know how those entities are funding themselves in that perspective. So having them with those entities who are really focused on this domain really opened for them a greater opportunities for us all, taking down many of those adversaries who've been actually abusing and taking many of this bad actions across our digital infrastructure in this. So those groups really gained from one end that how to investigate as well as to follow many of those newly advanced emergent type of threats, as well as they build that networking. They really added great opportunities in building their network and taking down this, and it opens, as a matter of fact, opportunities for that capacity building. Those entities, maybe they have something others they don't have. For example, in the Interpol, they have an investigation training only for attribution. And this is one of the training that they do in order to identify, yes, you have the IOCs, the indicator of compromises, or the TTPs, but how you make a sense that this is that adversaries, or it's that advanced persistent threat. And this is what some of the training that we actually build up after that, alhamdulillah, global drill, and continuing building that relationship. So it was a great opportunity to everybody, alhamdulillah, adding greater value on this. And we are proud to bring them more and more, and we brought those organizations and with the collaboration of ITU and continuing bringing more and more, inshallah.
Thank you. So as we just heard right now from His Excellency Dr. Kuwaiti, the 2025 Global Cyber Drill has not demonstrated only the power of international cooperations, but also set a new benchmark of capacity building, diversity, and operational readiness. Ladies and gentlemen, so to further illustrate the scale and impact of these global events, We now invite you to watch a short video highlighting key moments and milestones from the 2025 Global Cyber Deal. Now I would like to ask colleagues in the regie if they could play the video.
From north to south, from east to west, all unified under one goal and one goal only. Cybersecurity is very important to us all. We need to build up that resilience.
We have to take the message and the lessons that we learn from here back home and do our own national drills. With our communities and stakeholders to make sure that we have strengthened human resources, strengthened institutions, and then we can move together forward.
Thank you very much. This video truly captured the scale and the ambition was behind this event. So building on that momentum, Dr. Kuwaiti, let me return to the discussion and continue with a question mainly to focus on the UAE border role in advancing global cybersecurity capacity building. So let's talk about the remarkable achievement of breaking 11 Guinness World Record during the Global Cyber Deal, including, for example, a milestone like most nationality in cyber drill competition with the participation of 126 countries, most nationality in simulated dark web intelligence training sessions, etc. So, Doctor, what inspired the UAE to set such ambitions and symbolic records, and how do these achievements align with UAE visions for regional and global cybersecurity leadership?
So that's a great question, again, in that perspective. UAE, and I'm sure you've seen in the past few years, have set a goals by the vision of the leadership is to move towards an AI nation by the centennial of 2071. And this is where we are all working together in order to achieve that in a clear and specific milestones. The 2031, for example, as well, plan is focusing on bringing many of the digitizations as well as bringing many of the hyperscalers in country. And I'm sure you've seen that those big hyperscalers have already opened their region or multiple regions in country. And here we're talking about Amazon, Microsoft, Google, Oracle, with all respect to everybody as well in that names, they are all coming to build up that region in UAE. Not only to serve UAE, and that's the vision, is to serve the whole region. Maybe we are, alhamdulillah, blessed with the great infrastructure we have. Maybe we are blessed with the great teams who are actually really working with us. But we know and we understand that other nations missing that blessing, and they need to move towards that digitization to see the convenience of using such applications or the convenience of using such great opportunities in that. Otherwise, they will miss that opportunity. And this is what we brought in this perspective, is to build that hub, to build that really enablement and accelerator, not only for UAE, but also for the region, so that we can all move together towards a prosper as well as a peaceful, again, region. And this is where the added value of the digital economy and the GDPs that will come out of this really tremendous. And that's what we've seen with a simple application that is created in one of our great African nations from using some of the infrastructure we have in UAE, really helped them in doing so many transactions, so many added value to them, so many to the youth who are actually really looking forward to use such GPUs, to use such infrastructures and allow them to innovate and really work on that aspects. And that's what we are really inspired with. Having that digital economy, adding a great value to every nation is very, very important to us. We cannot do this ourselves. Yes, We maybe put the spark to start that. But again, we need everybody in this regard to help us in these aspects. And a greater partner is ITU. When we brought those nations, alhamdulillah, and continuing bringing more, and we saw the added greater value from them all. Everybody brings something special from their country, from their organization, from their entity in this regard. And that's what really brings this engagement, that networking, and brings a greater added value to us all. You did mention about the dark web, for example. One of the scenarios that we are actually having is using that dark web or threat intel or threat hunting and focusing on many of those aspects, and specifically looking for those sophisticated OT type of technologies in order to really take them down, or to hardening them, or to protecting them. So imagine 11 Guinness records, all of them actually focused on different aspects, different sectors, and this is what brought that greater value. Yes, inspired us to actually send that message, to really build that relationship, to build up that prosperity and economy and digital economy to every one of those nations, and that's what we really appreciate ITU in helping us with as well.
Thank you, Doctor. And I believe the Global Cyber Deal also became yearly gathering. So based on my participation in the various regional cyber deals, all countries asking about the dates and the location of the next editions. And I think this became a very good gathering for all countries there. So, Doctor, I would like to continue in the UAE experience from the Global Cyber Deal. So one of the stated goals of this event is enhancing incident response capabilities. So my question, how is the UAE integrating simulation-based training and operational exercises into national capacity building efforts?
So we have great platforms that are used today in order to simulate many of those attacks. In UAE, for example, we have the National Emergency and Crisis Management. In the conflict that happened or erupted almost 3 weeks ago between Iran and Israel, and many of the things that we've seen in the kinetic type of warfare, as a matter of fact, that's part of the story. Everything was happening on the cyber warfare. Many things that we actually detected in the cyber warfare. And what helped us and what made our critical infrastructure ready is those simulation, those capacity building, those training we've been doing across the whole year. As a matter of fact, we're mandated to conduct 2 national exercise across all sectors. And this is, you're talking about more than 30 or 35 entities, sectorial type of aspects, from oil and gas to energy, to education, to transportations, healthcare, you name it, any of those, and even to the non-government organization and to the society. You did mention about the year of unity, and this, alhamdulillah, year of unity and the year of society really helped in bringing even those non-governmental entities and the society to be with us, because by the end of the day, we need them to be our first line of defense. And that's what really helped us in that perspective. Having all of these simulations as well as the training platforms that helped us in preparation of any of those attacks, as simple as bullying or a social media type of abuse, all the way to a ransomware or APT or cyber warfare aspects. Those simulations helped us in actually conducting that. And not only those 2 national cyber simulated type of attacks, we as well conduct every almost 2 to 3 weeks a sectorial type of cyber drill. And those sectorial drills, for example, we did it for the financial sector recently, for the healthcare sector as well. And we're doing it for the aviation sector, inshallah, soon. So all of those really helped in building up that momentum, building up that knowledge, as well as the culture of cybersecurity. And that's what really emphasizes on the ambitions of UAE. We need not only to digitally transform all of those critical infrastructures and governments and entities, but also to make them ready and resilient for any of those attacks that could happen in this regard. And that's why you will see the type of attacks we select and we simulate. It's actually, some of them are predictive. Some of them are really I won't call it a technological type of savvy, but could happen in that aspects with AI taking machines and taking over many of those aspects, or any of that GTPs or any of the AIs today that we see, and warm GPTs, and many of this will go wrong. This is where we actually come and really add those values. And we've seen a great momentum on this. We've seen, alhamdulillah, great aspects and acceptance of everybody to really leverage these scenarios. So yes, those are some of the inspirational that we are actually continuing, and the ambitious that we will continue in bringing those technologies, those really aspects into our platforms that we have. So we have one initiative, I will end with that. It's called the Cyber Pulse. And that Cyber Pulse, it's a societal type of aspects, allows us to go to those communities and entities. And that Cyber Pulse is the cyber awareness culture spreader, that we need to spread the cyber culture across as many entities as possible. So imagine in a KG1 or KG2 schools even, and going all the way to grade 6, and then from that grade 6 to grade 12 and to the education. We start from that younger age. As a matter of fact, our Ministry of Education have already changed some of the curriculum to add those aspects of cybersecurity and the readiness and even the preparations of that with the AI and what we've seen on this. We need that society to be our first line of defense, and we need to actually work together with everybody to send that message.
So just, Your Excellency, I would like to continue with this question. So my question, are there is a way that UAE could serve as a model or share this experience with other nations, mainly developing and least developing countries?
Definitely, and that's what we've been doing already, alhamdulillah, with ITU, with our accelerator program in UAE, with the government exchange programs that we have. As a matter of fact, we almost 1 month ago, we have received more than almost 23 nations coming from across the whole world, again, developed countries from our African continent, as well as from Eastern Asia and that aspects. And we took them through many of that framework. From the governings, because those governings, those policies, those strategies, those laws, those are already online, and we see and we take them actually how you develop or implement those policies tailored to your region and that aspects, all the way to the capacity building, the training that we are actually working on many of those aspects, setting up a computer emergency response team or an incident response team, or even a threat intel, as simple as a threat intel that you could actually crawl the whole darknet and find any attacks or any leaks data and use it into your benefit. So many of those, we have actually been doing many of those training, as a matter of fact, with those entities. We have a program, as a matter of fact, with our universities that are actually also focuses on those aspects. So it's the exchange program of having greater engagement with those nations, and fully paid tuitions of more than 4 or 5 students from some of those nations, alhamdulillah, already in place and coming to really get the knowledge and work together with UAE and really benefit from that greater, alhamdulillah, engagement, as well as platforms that we are using. So many of those programs, alhamdulillah, are in place, and we are more than open, not only in doing it in a multilateral, but even in a bilateral, and that's what we are actually already working on this. All the way to building things and running their infrastructures from UAE, and that's what we've seen, as a matter of fact, in some of those nations, when their infrastructure is not yet ready, and they wanted to actually host with the sovereignty type of aspects. We have that sovereign data embassy, where they could fully take a control of our part of our infrastructures, a tenant that we create, and they run it fully on their perspective and allow them to actually use that to their benefit. Alhamdulillah, we've seen this, and it really was a successful stories for many of those nations, and we're continuing in that build-up. So again, back to the same point of we need to spread that culture of cybersecurity. It's really helping that digital economy and really raising many of these nations' GDP, which build into that prosperity and peaceful aspect on this. And that's our message always been.
Thank you. Also, from ITU side, we look forward to continue our collaboration and cooperation in the future, mainly to share these good practices with our membership. And we have various platforms for that. We have the Cyber for Good project. We have the GCI also. And this is, maybe we can use these future platforms to share these good practices. Your Excellency, right now I'll move to my last question in this second part of our sessions. So the Global Cyber Drill highlighted that not all countries are at the same level of cyber readiness and maturities. Based in the UAE experience, what key message or advice you share with cybersecurity leaders in these nations to help them address capacity gaps, strengthen resilience, and foster stronger international cooperation?
So this is exactly what is all of that global cyber drill about. It's not about the winner who will take over this, and that's why we're trying to not really emphasize on the, because by coming there, by participating on that global cyber drill, we are all winners. And this is where we learned something. The learning curve definitely varies between some of those nations who may be not having an incident response or a forensic team or any of those threat intel teams, all the way to those other nations who have a full-fledged of many of those aspects. And that's the message we actually send, that building those nations or building those capabilities always comes gradually into your infrastructures. And this is, we might prioritize, because there are two approaches that we usually focus on. Either the governing-based approach, which is a full approach of all of the governings and policies, as well as the capabilities that you need, as well as there is the opposite, the risk-based approach. And that risk-based approach is more surgical, more focused on what are the pain points that you are facing today. Is it a DDoS type of attacks that you are actually going or looking after protecting? Or is it a ransomware type of attacks? Let's focus on that risk and accordingly build up that needed aspect. So by taking down that risk, more than 80% of your problem have been solved. And that's what we are actually working with many of those, alhamdulillah, greater nations in that perspective. So those leaders, whenever we sit with them, definitely we give them that full risk-based approach as well as the governing-based approach, and we set up those priorities. By the end of the day, definitely cybersecurity is not something only technological aspects oriented. It is a full human type of capacity that you need. It's a training and teams, as well as infrastructure, as well as governing and policies that you need. You need to buy in from the highest leadership in that aspects in order to actually build and get the support on that aspects. And that's what we actually followed and showed our governings, starting from those governings, our national cybersecurity strategy, all the way to the other policies that we actually dictated, all the way to the decrees and the frameworks that we actually have used as well as leveraged. And at the same time, the technology comes in that perspective. How you can build that sovereign capability allows you to really take this. And from the other end, the partnership with the private sector. And that's what we bring as well, as a matter of fact, in this. You know, for example, the Global Cyber Drill, we have more than 20 private sector partners who are actually participated somehow in that Global Cyber Drill. And they are all really proud of being a part of that greater event. Alhamdulillah, continuing in this aspects. So a simple message to those cybersecurity leaders is to really start. Not to delay, not to actually think, oh no, I don't have a budget, I don't have things. It's to really start. Even if I start with protecting one simple infrastructure with a small team of 2 or 3 or 4 people, once you start, you will see the ease of things that comes to you in this aspects. And we are here to support and build up and give our learning curve as well as experience there too.
Thank you, Doctor, for sharing your vision, your insight and advice for developing nations. As well as I can remind here our distinguished participant that based in the last version of the GCI of 2024, UAE was one of the countries as a part of the role modeling, which is one of the leaders in cybersecurity based in GCI version. Now, we could conclude the second part and we can move the Q&A sessions. So we have now the time for a few questions from the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, if anyone would like to ask a question to His Excellency, please raise your hand, introduce yourself, and introduce your organizations. So we have here, I can see there are the first question coming from this lady, please.
Thank you, host, and thank you, doctor, for your presentation. And my question is, how does the digital economy in the UAE contribute to the advancement of cybersecurity in the country? And could you please provide a specific example? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much on this. Because we're in an AI era, AI today, artificial intelligence, have adding at least 12% on our national GDP. And we're continuing and adding more and more of that perspective. And that's only AI. Imagine in that digital overall transformation that we have, from the cloud computing that we have, from the telecom aspects that we are actually focusing on. All of this could sums up to at least 30 to 35% of our GDPs in this perspective. Cybersecurity by itself, it's an embedded part on all of these technological aspects. We cannot think of cyber as an added value later on. That's why in every single digital transformation projects we do, we always have an horizontal aspects about cybersecurity. Cybersecurity by itself, at least in UAE in the first quarter, more than $2 billion, alhamdulillah, adding and bringing in that perspective. We have so many projects and companies who are actually really working hard in order to build that. One of the major things that we are focusing on is OT. You know, our legacy systems from electricity to nuclear, to aviation, to oil and gas, to water desalinations, to aviation, to these legacy systems do not have cybersecurity part of it. And this is why this year was focused on OT, and alhamdulillah, OT by itself really raised a great momentum and a great value in this aspect. So we're continuing to add more and more on the economy of the UAE on this. And not only on the UAE economy, as a matter of fact, we're serving again the region and trying to send that message across the whole region. Startups, for example, we have a project called Cyber E71. So E71 is a startup project that we have a great unicorn, smaller companies, SMEs, who are actually starting as a fresh graduate from the university, taking down their senior design projects and put them together into an accelerator and an incubator who actually took this program to the world, and they really did a great evaluation to make this project as a global project. Alhamdulillah, we've seen very good companies who are started from a senior design project in the high school and the university, and now they are a unicorn who are actually really spreading many of this information across many of those aspects. So by all means, I hope I answered some of this question. And if you come, inshallah, to UAE and GITEX in October as well, we have the global technological exhibition. You will see those startups. So at least 300 startups coming this, inshallah, coming October. In addition to more than 7,000 exhibitors, as well as big companies who are actually really coming on that aspect. This is the largest in the world, and I can say GITEX in technology and in many of the smart cities as well as cybersecurities. So I'm sure you will get and see how it's really moving the whole digital economy towards these aspects. Thank you.
I think we are a little bit running behind the schedule, so we can conclude this session with these questions. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like sincerely to thank His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Al-Kuwaiti for his valuable insights and vision and leadership. It has been a really pleasure hearing about the strategic direction for global cybersecurity capacity and cooperation in UAE. Thank you as well for the audience, for your engagement, and also for the organizers from the WSIS team for making this event possible. Finally, please enjoy the rest of WSIS sessions and DI for good. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Can we start? Okay. So, good morning, everyone. Bonjour à tout le monde. Welcome to the session on First Cities, Fostering AI for Inclusive, Responsible, and Sustainable Cities. Today, we will have a very interesting group of panelists. We will start the session by Mr. Okan Jerai, who is the U4SSC's chair and senior digital city advisor that will present the context and the U4SSC initiative and present as well some experience on AI for city. And then we will be having a short video from the rector Chilidze Marola, who is the Undersecretary General of the United Nations and the rector of United Nations University, that will present the initiative of responsible AI at UNU. And then a follow-up will be having the Undersecretary General at the United Nations and Special Envoy for Digital and Emerging Technology, Mr. Amandeep Singh Gill, and followed by Shahzad Jamison, who is a program officer at the Ethic of AI unit at UNESCO. And Serge will be as well presenting elements of Agent AI, Serge Stinkwich, Head of Research at UNU Macau. And I will be closing the session with presenting the Fair for City Working Group. Thank you very much, and we will start by Okan. I give you the...
Thank you, Sumaya.
This is the clicker.
Can everyone hear me? Can everyone? Okay, I think we're back. Good morning, distinguished participants. Welcome to this very timely and informative session, I would say. Before I start the presentation, I would like to thank WSIS and also United Nations University for inviting me to this extremely exciting event. I'm going to be talking about the U4SSC initiative in general, and then talk about the thematic group called AI in Cities within the U4SSC. So U4SSC stands for United for Smart, Sustainable Cities. Basically, it's a UN, United Nations initiative, and it's a global policy platform which engages with a broad set of stakeholders to do policy making when it comes to urban development and governance in general. So it's a United Nations coordinated initiative. There are 3 coordinating agencies that act as the secretariat, which are ITU, UNECE, and UN Habitat. And in addition to those 3 coordinating UN agencies, as you can see on the slide also, there are 20 United Nations entities that support it. And we recently actually had our 20th member, UNITAR, that joined us to the initiative itself. So we have a management team with broad experience when it comes to policy making, both at the national level and also at the local level. And they bring a lot of expertise, actually, to the initiative itself in terms of setting the strategic direction. And most of our members also have quite a bit of experience in standards development. So having the policy making and also standards exposure help us to move the initiative forward. Now, the way U4SSC works is the actual work itself, the policy support for cities, is done through something called thematic groups. So we conduct our work through thematic groups. And then under each thematic group, we have working groups, which kind of take the thematic, the theme in general, and then break it down to further details in terms of conducting the work in the initiative itself. Currently, there are 9 thematic groups in progress, so they are all mentioned on the screen. And the one that I will be talking about today in this presentation is the one up in the middle. It's the artificial intelligence in cities. But we also have thematic groups around, for example, people-centered cities through digital transformation, digital public infrastructure, digital well-being, and several others also, as you can see, all the way from platforms to sustainability, economic, social, which are all issues impacting the cities in general. So I'm going to zoom into actually artificial intelligence in cities thematic group.
And I would like to mention that, as I mentioned earlier, there are working groups under these thematic groups. We have currently 4 working groups under the AI in cities. The first one is Guiding Principles for AI in Cities, and that work has been already completed back in 2024, last year. And we have come up with a framework, actually, not necessarily the list of principles, but a set of principles that cities can pick, choose from in terms of implementing AI in their own context. Now, we did not only stop at the principles level, but we also went into other issues within this working group, which I will briefly go through. And then the second working group is the autonomous cities. So we're taking a broader perspective of autonomy in general in cities and coming up with a guide, with a framework for cities to adopt when it comes to autonomous concept in general. The working group 3 is about KPIs measurement, using AI as a driver, as an enabler. And then the working group 4 is actually led by Dr. Sumaya, who is with us, who is the moderator. And it's about fair cities, fostering AI for inclusive and responsible cities in general. So all these working groups are working under this thematic group. I'm going to take you through quickly on each one. The principles that I mentioned was a framework for cities, but we did not only stop at that. We also looked at some high-level implementation considerations for those principles. And we went a couple of steps forward, and we said, what are some of the enablers that cities can use to implement these principles? We took a broader, a holistic view of things, and we identified things like capacity building, R&D, AI policies, AI strategies in cities, and come up with a long list of actually enablers that would complement the principles that we established in the framework. Then we moved again a bit forward, and we took it from the city's perspective, and we said, what does a city need to implement these principles? Is it a guideline, which is maybe less binding? Is it a standard? Is it a policy? Is it a law, a regulation? So we provided, again, a set of policy tools almost that cities can use to implement the principles that we developed in this working group. And then we said, again, from the city's perspective, 3 areas we identified. One is policy making, the regulatory side of it, the execution side, and the compliance side. If you think about this, when you implement these policies, you can have one centralized set of principles, or it can be decentralized, and each and every agency in a city might have different sets of principles. So this is on the regulatory side. And then on the execution, again, these principles can be implemented either in a centralized way, driven by an agency, or it can be completely decentralized in a city, and each and every agency can implement it. And then we have, of course, the compliance side. Again, do we do compliance checks in a centralized way or decentralized, done by each and every agency? So those were all completed in the working group. The deliverables are in the website for those of you who are interested. We also did 5 case studies from different global cities. I'm not going to go through each one, but we looked at the application of these concepts within the real city context. So that was working group 1. Now the second working group is about autonomous cities. Due to time limitations, I'm not going to go to details, but as you know, today AI is going in the direction of agency and autonomy in general. Maybe things started from automated systems, but it's a spectrum all the way from automated cities. We're going into autonomous cities today with all these learning algorithms, models. We're moving in the spectrum actually towards autonomy more and more. So the human intervention is probably diminishing as we speak today when it comes to systems in general. In this working group, if you think about cities as systems of systems, that's how certain academicians, certain policymakers view cities in general. They are systems of systems. So if a system can be made autonomous, then you can climb up in the hierarchy and gradually implement the autonomy concept almost at the city level when it comes to these systems which make up the city itself. In the working group, we are discussing these things. We have also come up with a framework for it. and also an assessment framework. So we can identify which systems are, let's say, embracing this concept of autonomy. What's their level of autonomy? Are they just automated, or are they going in the direction of complete autonomy? So we have this evaluation framework. And do they also comply with the principles that we had done in Working Group 1? As systems are in the cities becoming autonomous, are they also complying with principles? So those are some of the issues that we are discussing, and we will complete this work by the end of this year, hopefully, with a broad representation within the group itself, in the working group. The third one that we have launched, but it's still work in progress, most likely we will complete next year. This is about AI-driven KPIs. Now, so far in the cities, even at the national level, we look at KPIs and we measure them through the government systems. We conduct surveys. So traditional methods have been used all along to measure KPIs. Specifically in this working group, we are looking at if we can use, let's say, non-traditional ways of measuring KPIs for cities through maybe satellite images, through IoT, real-time IoT, collecting data in the cities, for example, using AI without probably even human intervention, autonomously collecting these KPIs, measuring them, and providing it as input to the cities. It's quite a novel area, I would say, still being shaped, being developed, but we want to put in place a simple approach and also look at real case studies that cities are using. Even the economic activities today, GDP growth, can be predicted by looking at certain activities in the city, even remotely through satellites. So I'm not going to go to details, but these are all very interesting topics that are being shaped as we speak today. So that's Working Group 3. And then Working Group 4, I think I'm going to speak very briefly on behalf of Dr. Sumaya. They are looking at, in this working group, fostering AI for inclusive and responsible cities. Not only coming up and defining, framing the concept of responsible cities, but also they are trying to find tools and methodologies that will help cities to implement inclusive and responsible concept in general. It's quite broad, comprehensive, but also very important for cities. Of course, it goes beyond the principles that we have seen in Working Group 1. So it's very important for the cities to understand how they can responsibly implement AI in general. So that's Working Group 4. I'm just going to end my presentation by mentioning, I'm going to go outside maybe AI. In U4SSC, we have just published 2 new deliverables, not under AI, but in another group called City Platforms, where the first one is about guidelines for cities to achieve net zero through digital transformation. And the second deliverable that we published is about the methodology to assess net zero progress in cities. Again, for those of you that are interested, please feel free to join our work. U4SSC is open to everybody, to all the stakeholders. Or for those of you who are interested in the work that we do without participating, you can also download the documents from the U4SSC website. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Okan. So the next presentation will be a presentation by video. Unfortunately, the rector, Marwala Chilidze, couldn't attend today in person, so he proposed to send his message by video. So if we can display the video. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues. It is a privilege to join you today at this critical period in our digital journey. As we gather to reflect on the past 20 years since the first World Summit on Information Society, we are reminded that how we build our digital future is just as important as what we build. At the United Nations University, we believe that artificial intelligence must be designed and governed to serve responsible, fair, inclusive, and sustainable societies, especially in our cities, where the world's future is being shaped. Let me share a few examples of how UNU, across its global network of institutes, is working to translate these principles into reality. We begin with responsibility, because without ethical frameworks and governance, innovation can become inequity. UNU eGov leads efforts such as the Global Assessment of Responsible AI in Cities, with UN Habitat, the Guiding Principles for AI in Cities, with ITU, and a study on responsible AI for sustainable development in Asia-Pacific cities. These projects offer governments tangible tools to govern AI ethically. Our institute, UNU Merit, is developing a global regime complex database to map global AI governance, ranging from multilateral frameworks to private sector codes of conduct. UNU is also proud to endorse the Hamburg Declaration on Responsible AI for the SDGs, co-developed by researchers at UNU CPR. The declaration, launched during last month's Hamburg Sustainability Conference, aligns AI with global efforts to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Second, fairness means centering AI on dignity and justice, not just efficiency. The UNU eGov Just Care project connects AI, climate justice, and digital rights, highlighting the differential impacts of technology on marginalized communities. Similarly, the Decolonizing Technology Initiative confronts how digital systems often reproduce historical power imbalances. UNU Macau has conducted vital research exploring gendered implications of AI on the implementation of the Women, Peace and Security Agenda in Southeast Asia. The Institute is also shaping public discourse through workshops with UNESCO exploring ethical AI in the Asia Pacific. In Africa and Latin America, UNU researchers assessed AI adoption in cities, offering roadmaps for equitable digital transitions. UNU eGov studies in Brazil and the African region are indicating how local needs must guide local AI deployment. Third, inclusion means designing AI for everyone, especially those at risk of being left behind. The UNU Global AI Network unites the expertise of academia, the innovation of the private sector, the foresight of policymakers, and the engagement of civil society to enhance AI cooperation. The network prioritizes voices from the Global South to promote AI for an inclusive, responsible, and sustainable digital future for all. The UNU eGov Flagship International Conference on Theory and Practice of Electronic Governance, or IceGov, and the UNU Macau AI Conference bring together diverse voices across digital governance, including youth and underserved communities. From Asia to Latin America and the Caribbean, UNU is equipping countries with the tools to develop inclusive and ethical AI roadmaps, building local AI capacity for social security and public service transformation, and assessing the impacts of generative AI on youth to ensure no one is digitally excluded. Finally, sustainability must guide our digital transformation. UNUEHS, is using AI and remote sensing to track droughts, floods, land surface temperature, and land use to support climate resilience in cities from Ethiopia to Vietnam. UNUIAS is exploring the role of AI in shaping sustainable higher education ecosystems through its global initiatives and using creative outreach such as the AI and Sustainable podcast. UNU widens collaborations with Schmidt Sciences AI at Work initiative is examining how AI affects labor markets in developing countries, while research by UNU CRIS and UNU Merit in India and the Netherlands is mapping regional dynamics in digital transformation. From training datasets to explainable algorithms, and from policy design to community engagement, UNU's work across continents shows one thing clearly. AI must be a tool to help us achieve sustainable development. Excellencies, cities are not just engines of growth, they are homes, ecosystems, and spaces of possibility. If we are to foster AI that builds fair cities, then AI must reflect our shared values: accountability, equity, inclusion, and care for future generations. The United Nations University stands ready through knowledge, dialogue, and action to co-create that future with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The rector gave us a very good context of all the different aspects that are important related to the responsible AI and ethical AI. And we will move now to Dr. Amandeep Gill that will present. This is the Special Envoy in Emerging Technology and Digital Transformation at the United Nations. And he's the Undersecretary General at the United Nations. And I think the presentation is for later. You don't have a presentation.
No, I don't have a presentation. Good morning, everyone. Let's get the energy going in this room. Good morning. Good morning. Right. A big smile, 70+ muscles, gives you a workout. So thank you very much to UN University and the organizers of this panel. And I'm pleased to join my colleagues here from the UNU, UNESCO, other parts of this multi-stakeholder ecosystem on making sure that our urban spaces are livable, smart within quotes, and fit for the future. I want to start with a tale. These days, I live in Manhattan, in New York. Some time back, there was a very powerful town planner in New York called Robert Moses. I know if any one of you heard of the book called The Power Broker. The panel is an intelligent panel they have. Robert Moses is responsible for the way New York is today. I have often wondered, some places the train goes underground, and some places the train comes up and it's very noisy if you're living next to the train. So the poorer neighborhoods in New York have to bear the brunt of that noise. And if you are looking to find green spaces, if you have a car, you're lucky. But if you're hoping to use public transport, it's difficult. Inequities, and in some ways you can even say racial discrimination was wired into how the city was planned. And we want to make sure that the cities of the future, the places where we live, are not like that. And technology, especially artificial intelligence, is a very powerful force that is impacting us wherever we live, whichever city, Shanghai, New York, Addis Ababa. And a majority of the world's population is now urban or semi-urban. And cities have very peculiar challenges, from urban waste management to traffic, to safety for women, to environmental pollution, host of challenges. We are going through a heat wave in Europe and many other parts of the world. So you've heard of these concrete islands in cities. We speak of sustainable cities. So there is a host of these challenges, and technology is supposed to help us address those challenges. So I'm all for it. I applaud the power of technology. I'm an engineer before I became a diplomat, so I know that power, and that power can be used for good. But also sometimes that power, as I mentioned, the Robert Moses story, can be misused to reinforce existing inequalities, to make cities great for some people, but frankly difficult for most others. And then technology alone is not the answer. A host of people who went, wide-eyed, full of dreams, to use technology for good, for development, ended up with very sobering experiences. My own experience in digital health was really a wake-up call in many ways, a reminder that technology comes last, people come first, processes and governance comes after, and then technology. PPT, people, process, technology. So if we cannot have smart governance, if we cannot have happy people who feel empowered in cities, people who connect with each other as communities, then technology is not going to change the reality that much. So I think that's the main message I want to give you today. But I also have to earn my salary as someone who works at the United Nations. As the Special Envoy on Digital and Emerging Technologies, and with a mandate to ensure system-wide coherence and coordination on things related to technology policy, we've had a major focus on artificial intelligence in the past few years, a major focus on bringing the world together on something we call digital cooperation, through the Global Digital Compact, which is adopted at the Summit of the Future last year. For the first time, the Global Digital Compact has decisions on the governance of AI for all of humanity. Decisions that could shape the AI future if we implement them well, of course. And these decisions are currently being put into reality. The setting up of an international independent scientific panel so that we all understand what this technology is, what its direction is, implications are. The setting up of a global policy dialogue on AI within the United Nations so that everyone can participate in shaping the rules of AI for the future. So countries are not excluded from the table where governance is being decided. And then related to these, a massive effort on AI capacity building. If only a few people can develop, deploy, and use AI, then the existing divides, including the digital divide, are only going to get worse. So how do we help everyone, everywhere, every country, everywhere, set up a minimum national capacity to curate, develop their own data sets in their own languages, in their own context, a minimum compute capacity to train their own AI models? All of Africa has less than 1,000 GPUs. Meta alone has 250,000 GPUs. So this is the kind of inequality we're speaking of. So we need to spread, democratize this opportunity. And we also need to make sure that the risks, the problems of this technology are not unfairly loaded onto some people. We've seen that movie before with climate change, for example, where a problem that's been historically created by some parts of the globe now affects everyone, and especially those who don't have the capacity to respond, to adapt, and mitigate that challenge. So we have to make sure that this is not repeated with AI, and cities are a great way to start. And thank you very much for bringing us together for this discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Amandip, for reminding us of the challenges of cities and the urban cities, particularly, and the order and the role of AI and technology and emerging technology in general in this facing these challenges. We move now to Shazad Jamison, who is part of the AI of Ethic unit, and I will give you the floor. Thank you.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you, Samaya, for inviting me. Thank you to the U4SSC and the ITU and UNU. We've been working together a couple of years on the people-centered digital transformation for cities, so it's really great to be able to meet everybody here in person. I'm currently working on a project with the regional government of Flanders. So it is a region rather than local, but we're working on implementation for what does it mean to bring the public administration to a level of AI readiness. And what I want to share with you today are some reflections of what we found has worked well for implementation that I think are relevant for those working at cities and at the local level. Like good researchers, the first thing we did was we ran a survey to identify what were people's current state and what were people's concerns for ethical AI governance. And there were two things that were overwhelmingly in demand. The first was the need for technical infrastructure, access to GPUs, but also just a safe and resilient infrastructure within the administration. And the second was guidance on ethical AI and guidance on ethical governance. And this, what was really surprising was that this demand was across the board. So we're working on ethical AI governance, which is one of the policy actions of the UNESCO recommendation on the ethics of AI. And I have 3 concrete suggestions to focus on today. The first is AI literacy and how the demands for AI literacy are actually shifting. When we were thinking about AI governance, we were thinking of first targeting the people that were existing DPOs. Where in the European context, there's been a massive shift to uplift and support our data protection officers. And there was kind of an assumption that it would be these people who kind of shouldered the work of developing responsible AI governance. And while that is true, what we hadn't expected was that the strongest demand for ethical AI governance was actually coming from the technical leads. It's coming from the people who are developing AI, who are kind of the pioneers within the organization, who are leading the charge, and they want to do it, but they want to do it well. And because they're much closer to the technology and to the metal, they're the ones having the strongest concerns. Which means that when we're thinking about developing our AI literacy programs, we need to keep our technical experts in mind and be able to speak to this, this different crowd. So this is also why the UNESCO competency framework for AI literacy, for digital transformation and AI literacy, focuses on problem framing as one of the key competencies for AI literacy. And one of the iterations that we're developing within, with Flanders is focusing on different personas within public administration. So how do you tailor your AI literacy for the different types of roles and functions that people are working on? Particularly within cities, I think we need to emphasize the capacity to be able to evaluate systems. So not just in terms of design and development, but also the auditing criteria, and specifically in procurement. What's very interesting at the urban and the local level is that cities are also marketplaces. There are startup innovation ecosystems where cities as municipal administrations are inundated with requests to buy cool stuff. And that's great. However, that places an additional burden on our administrators to be able to know what is it that I'm being sold to, what should I choose, what actually will assist my citizens and my residents, and how do we precisely mitigate some of these risks that my colleagues have pointed out. In order to avoid building on existing legacies of inequality and inequities. So that's my second point that I really want to focus on is procurement and the role of adaptive procurement in how we bring in systems into our cities. Mainly because once a system is there, once a technology system has been bought, it's often very difficult to get out. And when we're talking about an urban context that is often characterized by, legacies of historical inequality, inertia is a really powerful way to just keep things as they're already going. And I think procurement is one of those very unsexy topics that takes a long time in administration, but that is actually where the strategic lever is. And I know that U4SSE has a really great working group on looking at innovative procurement practices, which I'm very excited to continue to collaborate with as a transversal bridge across our working groups. The third point, and this also builds on what Amandeep was saying, is that we speak a lot about technological innovation, and I really want to emphasize the role for social innovation. I think one of the strengths of the ethical governance movement in the last couple of years and the responsible AI work has been that now transparency and accountability are accepted as defaults, and that is great. And the next step is to ensure that we have a meaningful conversation for what is meaningful accountability. What does that look like in diverse contexts? And accountability, as one example, it's a functional relationship where the other partner has the ability to say no, which means as a functional relationship, it's a social relationship. And that social relationship requires social skills to be able to connect and communicate. And I really believe that communication and the different types of communication skills is an underestimated component of successful ethical AI governance. I think what I've seen makes ethical implementation function is there are different types of translation roles. And more people I speak to recognize this intuitively, but it's not something that I hear spoken aloud on these kinds of stages. Translating between research and policy to make sure we actually understand the science of what are these systems and what are we procuring. Translating between policy and our fellow citizens, people sitting next to us, especially people that we might disagree with, especially people that if we feel a tad uncomfortable, we might whip out our phone in order to shy away from that uncomfortable conversation. And the way that algorithms are structuring our social space, I think we can really practice setting that space for dialogue. And finally, from a very practical implementation perspective, being able to communicate upwards with leadership, which is also a skill that will really shift how we think through the implementation of ethical governance. So these are my three main points: the shifting demands for AI literacy, the focus on procurement, and the role of social innovation as much as technological innovation. What I've seen is that ethical AI governance is a choice, and that choice comes with power questions, and it is also a strategic advantage. So I look forward to continuing to articulate what are the tools that we can use to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shahzad, for this insightful and practical aspect of responsible AI. So we move now to Serge, that will present for us the AI agents for more inclusive cities.
I will stand. Good morning. Yeah, there's not that much people in the room, but good morning. So thank you, Somaya, for the invitation to be part of this very great panel. And today I want to present some of our activities in one of the institutes that is located in Macau. So our rector already presented lots of what we are doing in different institutes. So I will focus only on what we are doing inside Macau. So we are trying to combine, in fact, not only AI technologies, but also try to do it in a more responsible way. So, oops, there are an issue with my slides, apparently. I hope this is not for the whole side. But yeah, so let's start with this bad news about the progress towards sustainable development goals. You all know about that. We are not in a really good situation. We have lots of targets that have actually regressed since the last years, and especially in the context of cities, there are lots of things that we are not. It's quite difficult, especially in terms of the affordable housing and the impact on environment and waste management inside the cities. So there is this hope that maybe we can use AI to help us to achieve and accelerate the SDGs in the long term. And we have seen that, especially during the COVID time, we have seen a kind of acceleration of progress in that context. Much better, this one, for the title. So our research team is focusing mainly on two directions. Trying to achieve the SDGs, we have to consider them as a kinds of complex systems. There is a lot of interrelationship between lots of different issues. So for example, when we are talking about migration, for sure there is some kinds of interrelationship with something related to climate action. So we have to consider these SDGs maybe in a more holistic way, trying to understand not in silos, but try to have a more comprehensive view of all of these different issues. And at the same time, it's very also important to put the human in the center. So not only talking about the complexity of the world, but also trying to think about the famous motto of UN, leave no one behind, is so we try to engage the citizen and the stakeholders in the design of the policies in order to have more human technologies at the end. So I guess you have heard about AI agents. Who have heard about this AI agents concept before? Can raise your hand? Not that much people? So yeah, sure, you have heard about that. So this is the idea that, this is the next trendy topic, actually. So this is the idea that maybe with large language models, we can try to do simulations of humans. So the idea is that we want to give to AI system more agency, so they can take actions in the real world. So you have these examples, for example, here on the right, where you have an agent that is able to book a flight for you. So you just have to describe where you want to go, and the agents will do all the activities for you. You will generate plans, and you will execute the plan in the real world. So it's not really real world, it's more like a virtual world, because this is the internet. But you see the point. So you see that with these AI agents, they will be able to do actions in the real world. But actually, so how we can do that? So we can combine actual agents with large language models, because with the large language models, they have this ability to generate text and to produce actions in the long terms. So you have these loops that you can see on the right here. These agents, they will be able to sense the environment. So it might be a physical or virtual environment. They will, based on this perception, they will do some actions. So they will make some decision making, some planning, reasoning, and do some actions in the real world. Actually, we are interested in something a little bit different in my institute. We are interested to do realistic human simulations, so human behavior simulations with these AI agents, so in order to provide policymakers with this kind of tools. So, and this is possible nowadays to do this real people simulation, and I see recently a paper where they mentioned being able to run simulation with 1 billion individuals, simulations of individuals, so it's doable nowadays. And we are doing this kind of agent-based simulation where you represent different agents as individuals, so representing some, I don't know, individuals from certain groups of organizations or people. They have characteristics, and they try to mimic the human behaviors. And this kind of social simulations are very useful to answer what-if questions. So you can enable the researchers and the policymakers to test a very broad set of interventions and theories. And I just want to illustrate this concept of AI agents by 3 examples coming from our team. So we have been doing we have been using this technology in different setups. So for the next pandemic in local communities in 3 different countries, for poverty mitigation policies in cities, and also more recently for well-being in cities. And you can use this AI simulation in lots of different applications. So just want to give you here some of the applications for traffic simulation, for humanitarian relief, or migration. So it's very useful tool in lots of different applications in the concepts of policy making. So this is the first example that I want to show you today. So we have been using, it's a project that we start with Amandip Gill a few years ago, and it's about trying to understand how local communities in very specific countries like Brazil, Kenya, and Vietnam, how they will manage the resources for healthcare facilities in the context of a next pandemic. So we are not focusing on COVID-19, but we were focusing on what will happen maybe in the future. So we have done this very complex simulation, so I will not have time to explain everything, but just to, so we have been able to explore to do an agent-based simulation that where we want to have a multidimensional representation of the individual. So we represent the incomes of the people, we represent their health status, their well-being, because what was interesting in that specific context is not to just represent the disease propagation, but how this crisis will also impact other dimensions. And we have been, sorry about my slides, that I don't know what happens with some of the slides, but the titles are a little bit too big. So we have been trying to involve the people in the design of such models, because what is important is that most of the time, when we are building these agent-based models, we are just asking the expert, the health expert, for example, in that specific context. But it's also very important to involve the citizen, because they have the voice in that, for solving some specific problems. So we use what we call participatory modeling, so the idea of involving the citizen and the stakeholders in the definition of the problems and also in the exploration of the solutions. Another example that we have done more recently is about using agent-based models in the context of poverty mitigation. I don't know if you know about aporophobia. Aporophobia is this idea that sometimes the people are a little bit fear about the populations, some populations that are very poor. So it's very important to understand this fear and to try to simulate this fear inside this kind of models, because it will also affect the policies. So we have been doing this kind of simulation, and so if you're interested, you can have a look to this paper, for example. I will not have time to explain in full details, because I see that my time is, I'm lacking some time, so I will skip some of the slides, and I just want to focus on the last work that we have done more recently on trying to assess the 15-minute city principles. I don't know if you know about this 15-minute principle. So this is an idea developed by Carlos Morenos in 2017. Is this idea that you should have all your basic needs in something like 15 minutes walk around you. And so it's linked to different SDGs, and we have started to do that in Hong Kong and in Macau. So we try to build this kind of map that you see on the right, where we assessed we have been indexed for these 15-minute cities, and we try to use agent-based models to do that. Okay, I will just finish by this slide. So it's because this is supporting all our activities inside my institute. So we are thinking that we should use AI in a way that it gives some voice to the people who are not usually heard. So stakeholders, like, for example, people from that are part from marginalized populations, or also people that are from future generations that are normally not considered. They should be part of the discussion. And this is this idea of AI voice. So using AI to act as a kind of proxy for those who normally have no voice in this kind of model. So we have been doing some different kinds of activities around this idea, this initiative, and you can have a look to our website to know more about this work. Thank you again for this invitation. Sorry, I have some issues with some of my slides. I don't know what happens, but if you are interested, we can discuss more after this panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this presentation and all the work that you have done, and it's very interesting. And it's very good that you are finishing with this example, because it will help me to transition to the last presentation. If we can have it. Okay. So basically, I will be presenting the working group on FAIR for inclusive and responsible and sustainable cities. And this is a working group that have been created after a follow-up from the global assessment of responsible AI that have been presented earlier by the rector on the video. And this global assessment have gave us some results. I won't go through the results of this assessment of the responsible use of AI in cities. And it's echoing what Shazad was saying earlier, that we are needing for more AI literacy. There is a need of knowledge. There is a need of understanding what is AI, how to use AI, how to involve as well the citizens in AI. And that guides us as in a way to prepare this guideline that we are aiming to prepare within the working group Fair City, which is for inclusive, responsible, fair, and sustainable cities. So we have three main objectives in this Fair City working group. The first one is to develop a comprehensive guideline. This guideline have the purpose to support cities in the implementation of AI initiative, and this is after interviewing many responsible in cities, and we have understood what they have, what are their needs, what are their expectation, and how to start as well, and their need to be ethical. So there is a strong need of ethical frameworks, ethical guidelines, to be aligned as well with human rights, to be respectful of their own citizens and society. So this is what they are expecting and they are demanding. So there is a strong need related to that. The second element is, or the objective is to create a robust assessment tool that will enable the cities to evaluate their current AI capabilities. This is also coming from the results of the global assessment, that the capacities of city of implementing, adopting responsible AI is somehow limited. And they have, at the technological level, but not only, as Dr. Amandip was saying earlier, is not the most important, but at the organizational level there is much more need, and at the governance level as well. And fostering or creating a collaborative environment that we have started with this working group, and we are trying to expand in order to encompass several stakeholders. So why developing this guideline? So this guideline, we have done a comprehensive research on what are the guidelines that are existing, and we looked into what they have, the strengths, their weaknesses, to be able to position this guideline and to be useful for the cities as well. So first of all, we have noticed a major capacity gaps in AI expertise and governance, as highlighted earlier my colleague Shazad, especially at the Global South. So governance from the global assessment, from 70 cities that we have assessed and interviewed, only 2 have a governance framework at the local level. So this is a major element that is particularly important, as Amandip was saying earlier, particularly when they are starting the implementation, the design, and the adoption of AI, they start facing different type of challenges. The second element, the risk of deepening inequalities. So this is something that is important to highlight and to be inclusive in the AI frameworks. The third element is the alignment need with human rights and SDGs for the ethical use of AI. And the fourth one is the urgent need for practical local guidance to ensure sustainable urban AI. So they need guidance. Cities in general, mayors responsible in cities, they are facing the difficulty of how to start with their project of AI, particularly when they want to adopt very early, at the early stage, since the planning and the design, ethical standards. They want to be aligned with the SDGs, and they want to be inclusive and fair with the cities. And multi-stakeholder governance is essential for responsible AI. So all these elements have explained why it's important to develop a guideline for responsible, inclusive, and fair AI. So we have done an extensive literature review. We looked into different guidelines. We discussed with different experts, and we come up with 4 key concepts: fair, inclusive, responsible, sustainable AI that we have explored. And we have done the work with a group of experts that some colleagues have participated into as well, encompassing more than 50 experts, where we try to understand better how these concepts are interlinked, how these concepts are overlapping, how this concept can be defined clearly for the city and the responsible in city for using them. And so it's clear that these different concepts are interlinked and overlap, but together they are creating this cohesive framework that we are trying to develop in this expert group, with this working group. The second element, that responsible AI is kind of overarching all the other elements, and they are all linked to the responsible AI. So the responsible aspect is basically a non-negotiable aspect, because it's encompassing the legal, the regulatory framework, the human rights boundaries for AIs in cities. So this is like the part that we call the hard part of this framework. The other elements, fair, inclusive, and sustainable AI, are more contextual. So their definition will be adapted and more flexible depending on each one of the context, and the unique challenge of each one of the cities will be defining the SDGs, focusing on the SDGs that are more important, focusing on the fairness that are more important, the inclusive aspect depending on the city. And together they are ensuring that AIs for cities are ethical, equitable, and tailored for each one of the specific contexts. So we have done as well recently, last week actually, we have invited, so we wanted to see, this is like the perspective from the expert, but we want to see as well the perspective from the cities. So we invited different cities. UNUIGov is located in Portugal, so we invited several cities from Portugal. There was like 6 cities represented: Maia, Gaia, Viseu, Braga, and other cities that have attended. And different representatives or participants from the cities attended this meeting, where we tried to co-create those definitions. So they practically they practice this concept concretely. And I can confirm what Shahzad was saying earlier is the literacy. So the understanding of the different concepts related to AI and what Serge was presenting currently are not very clear. And when we are talking about privacy, when we are talking about sharing data, when we are talking about collecting data, when we are talking about human rights, when we are talking about all these aspects, so when we are facing practically those elements, it's very challenging for the city responsible to look into this aspect in order to design responsible, inclusive, fair AI for cities. So we have collected all this information, and hopefully we will be able to develop and define the core principle of the guideline based on the demand side, but the offer side as well, based on the expert, but also the cities, and co-creating that with the citizens. So our objective is by the end of December, being able to provide to the cities a guideline that will be encompassing a framework explaining the key concept, but also designing and developing an assessment tool for each one of the city to understand their capacities and identify the gaps, and creating a roadmap for improvement, engaging different stakeholders. So we started with the expert. This expert were combining like academician, innovation labs, different participants from the private sector, etc. So we are trying to engage diverse stakeholder. And by the end of December, we will be piloting this assessment tool and launching the guideline with the working group. So thank you very much for your participation and for attending this session. And I'm happy that there is different participants. And I will be opening the session for question briefly, because we are already out of time. So maybe I will take just one question.
Thank you, the moderator and experts. And I'd like to address the lady at the middle with my question. My question is, among the 3 key points you have mentioned, which one do you consider that is fundamental and which one is more advanced, and why?
As the lady in the middle, I'm very happy to answer that question. Thank you. I think the most fundamental, it's an easy but also a trick answer, because what I'm going to say is that it's social innovation. And why is mainly because it's broadest, and because it shapes and seeps into the way that we do everything else. So if we're thinking about translating knowledge across different stakeholder groups, that's going to change the way that we do procurement. It's going to change the way that we do AI literacy and the rest of our kind of implementation programs.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I can confirm by experience, experimenting, that very recently it's true that social communication is very important, and we've seen that practically with the city. So I would like to thank the panelists for participating today and accepting this invitation, and for your presentation, very insightful presentation. And I would like to thank the audience as well for patiently listening to our presentation. And we will be happy to continuing the discussion in the break or later. And thank you to the organizers, WSIS and the ITU for this excellent setting and the presentation. Thank you very much.
distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Dr. Cosmos Lucky-san-Zawa, Director of the Telecommunications Development Bureau, it is my pleasure to address you and to set the scene for this important discussion. As you know, AI is a tool with the potential to accelerate the development of reliable, inclusive, and sustainable ICT infrastructure. At ITUD, we are especially excited about its potential to help deliver meaningful connectivity, especially in underserved and remote communities. We believe that AI can be used to support the implementation of the Kigali Action Plan and BDT's strategic priority to bridge the digital infrastructure gap. AI enables smart infrastructure planning by analyzing geospatial, demographic, and economic data so that we can optimize where and how to deploy connectivity solutions. AI can also help us to reduce operational costs and enhance network efficiency in both urban and rural settings through predictive analysis and automation. And AI can facilitate real-time monitoring and maintenance, increasing infrastructure resilience and service continuity in disaster-prone or hard-to-reach areas. We also believe that AI has a key role to play in network rollout planning. For example, by enabling smarter site selection for mobile towers or fiber routes, AI will facilitate dynamic spectrum allocation to increase capacity where it is most needed, and also energy-efficient network management. That is particularly important both for environmental sustainability and rural power-constrained deployments. That is why we are keen to apply AI in various ITU-supported initiatives in partnerships with member states and private sector players, including pilot projects and toolkits. Ladies and gentlemen, while AI is a powerful tool indeed, we also need inclusive policy frameworks to ensure that its use is both ethical and equitable. Key considerations include bias and transparency in AI algorithms, as well as data governance and privacy, especially for vulnerable populations. It is also important to give due consideration to workforce deployment to ensure that those working for public authorities are AI literate. Above all, AI deployment must be rights-based, secure, and human-centric, with policies shaped through multi-stakeholder engagement. In the same spirit, we must ensure that the adoption of AI in infrastructure does not leave anyone behind. That requires strong partnerships and human capacity building efforts. This will include the ITU Academy platform, which promotes the sharing of information and education in an affordable manner, as well as partnerships with governments to define national digital strategies and with the private sector to co-develop tools and models. It is also essential to include academia and civil society in assessing impact and ensuring inclusivity. So, BDT encourages open innovation systems and collaborative platforms for knowledge sharing and capacity building. AI should be a bridge, not a barrier, to inclusive digital infrastructure. And once again, I would like to reiterate that we must ensure that no one is left behind in the next wave of digital transformation. Thank you. With these words, I hand over back to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Archana, for those opening remarks, and warm welcome everyone to this session on the role of emerging technologies and artificial intelligence on advancing the goals of Action Line C2 within WSIS. So today we have a great panel of experts here. As Archana mentioned, we have people representing academia, we have people representing the ITU, people representing the government, regulator, and the open source community, and even myself representing the industry sector. Our first panelist today is participating remotely. Let's hope that we can establish a connection with him and that there are no technical issues. And I'm pleased to introduce Mr. Walid Mahmoudli, who is the head of FNS, which is the Future Networks and Spectrum Division within BDT. So let's try to establish the connection with Walid. Let's see if that works. All right. Seems that we have no Walid online. We can try to see if we can establish the connection within a few minutes. But then we can present the first speaker here in the room, who is Renata Figueiredo, coming all the way from Brazil. Renata is a regulation expert in international affairs. She works at Anatel, who's the regulator in Brazil, and she's going to give us some perspectives about how is the Brazilian government doing in terms of Action 9C2. So over to you, Renata.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's a truly honor to join the WSIS Action Line C2 session and share the perspectives of the Brazilian telecommunication regulator, Anatel. Well, my name is Renata, as I was presented, and I'm grateful for this space that values diverse voices, including women in tech and policymaking. Information and communication infrastructure is much more than cables, antennas, and data centers. It's about enabling people to connect, learn, work, and participate in the economy. Emerging technologies and AI offer powerful tools to advance this goal, but they also pose real challenges in equity and security. As regulators, our mission is to ensure that innovation delivers inclusive and secure connectivity for all. Let's start with artificial intelligence. Anatel is conducting a regulatory impact assessment to establish clear guidelines for the ethical and responsible use for AI in telecom services. This includes managing risks related to how used data and collected, processed, and used for decision makings. We are aligned with international standards, such as UNESCO's recommendation on AI ethics and ITU guidelines. Public consultation is underway to help us balance innovation with transparency, privacy, and accountability. We know regulation can happen in isolation. That's why Anatel signed a term of decentralized execution, that's called TED, with ITA. That's one of Brazil's leading engineering institutions, huge university in Brazil. This partnership is a cornerstone of our approach to AI and emerging technologies in telecom. Together with ITA researchers, we are examining the many dimensions where AI is transforming telecom regulation. Quality of services, how AI can improve, but also potentially compromise reliability and fairness. Cybersecurity, how to identify and mitigate new attack surface created by AI-driven network. Consumer rights, ensuring transparency and avoiding discriminatory or opaque algorithmic decisions. Platform oversight, addressing converging markets and ensuring fair competition and accountability for services that deliver telecom-like functions. Spectrum managing, exploring how AI can optimize the spectrum use while ensuring equitable access. This academic collaboration is not theoretical, it's producing real research that will shape our regulatory framework in the coming years. At the same time, our second strategic priority is expanding 5G with inclusion in mind. Brazil's roadmap includes annual update to our structural plan of network, revising spectrum management rules, and pushing Open RAN and spectrum sharing. We are simplifying local license process and supporting smaller providers to make deployment cheaper and faster. Our Universal Service Fund, FUST, is being used to connect to schools and remote towns. For us, 5G isn't just about speed or latency. It's about affordable, reliable connectivity that reaches every part of our country. Talking also about cybersecurity, AI, 5G, and hyper-connected services increase complexity, and with it, risks. Anatel is reviewing its cybersecurity regulation for telecom networks to ensure strong, clear standards as these technologies evolve. We are actively studying and adapting lessons from other regions, South Korea's National Coordination Centers, the EU's NIS2 directive, China's data security framework, and the US supply chain security initiatives. Cybersecurity isn't a nice to have, it's the foundation of trust, and trust is the true currency of the digital economy. I would like to emphasize good regulation depends on evidence and partnership. Our work with ITA is just one example of how regulators can collaborate with academia to anticipate challenges and design better rules. We believe emerging technologies like AI can either depend inequality and risks or help us build a safer, fairer, more connected world. The difference lies in one of our choices, in how seriously we take these debates today. I would just, because we just have BRICS Leaders Declaration 2 days ago, so I would just talk, just add a little bit about this. It's not really regulator, it's more like Brazil's government. But I would like just to emphasize that on 6th of July in Rio, as part of this commitment, Brazil also aligns with broader global South priorities, calling for inclusive AI governance, that Brazil as government, believe AI development must respect digital sovereignty, promote fair and open access and technologies, and ensure that no country is left behind. That means supporting data governance framework that protects privacy while enabling equitable, innovative, encouraging open science and open source models, and fostering international cooperation to reduce technological gaps and empower local talent. That's how we can turn AI into a truly global public good. Just parenthesis, because I think it's very good news, very pre-news. Well, so here's my invitation. Let's work together across borders, sectors, and disciplines to make emerging technologies serve the public good. Thank you for the opportunity to share Anatel's perspective. Look forward to learning a lot with all my colleagues here and collaborate to advance inclusive, secure, and resilient digital infrastructure for all. Thank you.
Obrigado, Renata. Thank you so much. So next in turn is actually myself. I'm here not only as a moderator today, but also as a panelist. So my name is Gonzalo Suardiaz. I work at Ericsson, telecom operator. I've been doing that for the last 17 years. So I've been working in different parts of mobile networks from 2G to 5G. And as of today, I'm a program manager within digital inclusion and in particular digital education. So as part of our program, Connect to Learn, we've been working a lot with the ITU, especially on a platform which is called the CPP, the Connectivity Planning Platform. You will hear a little bit more about it in a few minutes, and I think some of the other panelists may refer to it. But what we're trying to achieve with this platform is to allow different types of stakeholders to take better, more informed decisions about their connectivity and infrastructure planning. So how we do this is by feeding a lot of data into that particular platform, and the data is of course about the locations of the points of interest that we're trying to connect, the POIs as we call them. But then there's as well a bunch of data about elevation or terrain, so geospatial data, for instance. There's data about fiber infrastructure, about mobile network infrastructure, where are the closest radio sites to those points of interest, how high are those towers, is there a line of sight, this kind of stuff, right? Then we also have population density data, we have cost data for the models, etc. So the idea is that then investors or connectivity planners, regulators, governments, administrations, GIGA people, so I guess many of you are familiar with the GIGA initiative, which aims to connect all the schools of the world to the internet by 2030. It's a joint initiative of ITU and UNICEF. So of course, GIGA will be one of the use cases for the CPP. So we currently have an MVP available. We'll actually present it during the GIGA Connectivity Forum in a couple of days. And then there will be a first version available by October this year and a general availability version by June 2026. But what I'm here to talk about today, rather than CPP, is about one of the major risks that we have identified when we've been planning and designing for the CPP, right? And I think it's a general problem that applies to generative AI and that applies to AI or to any data science topic in general, which is GIGO, right? Garbage in, garbage out. I think many of you are familiar with the term, but basically GIGO, what it means is that if you feed bad data into a system, you will get bad results. That's it. No matter how good your algorithms, no matter how good your tools or your models are, you will get bad results if the input data is bad. So this has huge implications for us. Of course, we don't want to be creating a platform that then, gives the user wrong perspectives or makes the user take the wrong connectivity alternative. For instance, connecting a school or a point of interest with satellite if fiber is closer, or mobile networks. It might be a more sustainable or better way, more efficient to connect the school. So what are we doing today to fight GIGO and to avoid it as much as we can? Well, the first point, of course, is it's about data standards and data schemas. So, for example, for fiber, there are available already some very good open standards to define fiber data. But we need the same for all type of data, right? For points of interest, let's say schools, metadata, where are they located, not only the latitudes on the longitude, the geo coordinates, but also how big are the schools, what needs do they have, what sort of facilities they're available there. Same applies to coverage data. Mobile coverage. Same applies to backhaul data or cost data, demand, etc. Any type of data that we input into the platform needs to be properly schemed and standardized. And by that, we're reducing the risk of having wrong data. The other part, of course, is about data is creating and maintaining a very serious governance framework, right? Data is alive, and data changes all the time, right? We need to keep track who owns the data, who has changed it, and when and how, right? So those are also super important aspects. The next one would be to interconnect different data sets. So for example, we have access to coverage data from operators on the ground, but we also have data sets from OpenCell ID, for instance, and we can triangulate those and realize when there are mismatches, when one of the data says, here there's great coverage, but according to this other data set, there's no mobile network infrastructure in this area. So how could that happen? So probably one of the two data sets is wrong. So then it allows us to investigate and deep dive a little bit into that. Then the next point, and I think my colleague here, Sander, will touch on that briefly during his presentation, but it's using AI and machine learning to validate the data. So, for example, if you have two data sets, one is about school geolocations, the other one is about geospatial data, and then you realize that the school coordinates fall, I don't know, on a lake, well, then you know there's something wrong. Assuming that the geospatial data is right, which most likely it is, then the coordinates that you have received from the school, they're wrong, right? And we've seen that. We've been receiving sometimes geo-coordinates from governments, and not all the data it's 100% accurate. So that would be one way to validate the data. The other one could be, for instance, using satellite imagery and school metadata. So if the data is saying that there's a school with over 500 students, and then from the satellite image we see that there's like no rooftop on that particular area, then we also can imagine that there's something fishy about that information, so we can act accordingly. The last idea about fighting ego is, of course, embedding crowdsourcing as much as possible, a feedback mechanism which could be crowdsourced via a mobile app or service, or even via the CPP tool itself, right? Allowing the user to provide feedback as it goes, because the ground truth is what the user knows at the end, right? Like, this school was there, but now it's closed for whatever reason. Or the tool says that here there's great 4G coverage, but in reality it's not. It's actually poor coverage. So then we can also correct that. So that's a little bit what I wanted to touch on today. In summary, we believe that GIGO, garbage in, garbage out, it's a risk to almost every digital tool that is available today. So be mindful of it. And the bottom line is that we need clean, trusted, and transparent data to ensure that connectivity planning is inclusive and is efficient. So that's it from my end. And I will be handing over now to Mr. Sandor Farkas, who works at the ITU, and he's an expert on geospatial artificial intelligence. And he's going to be mentioning a few AI tools for ICT infrastructure mapping. So over to you, Sandor.
Thank you, Gonzalo. Good morning, everyone. Today, I'm going to talk about object detection using AI. For constant coverage analysis, information is needed about cell towers location in a country. Often, this information is missing. AI computer vision can be used for finding objects on satellite images. The goal is to create a vector layer with cell towers for further analysis and to support decision making. We use YOLO 11 from Ultralytics. This is an open source Python module based on PyTorch. Can be used with Azure Compute Instance and offline machine also. Using oriented bounding box, there's less distracting background around target objects when digitizing our objects. It has also pre-trained models on satellite images, which is useful for us. Unfortunately, not with our target objects. Here you see the basic workflow for AI object detection, consisting of two parts: training a model and using a trained model. If you already have your trained model for your target object, then you can just skip the first part and go for using a trained model for detection. If you don't have a classified model for your target objects, you have to create one. Training a model is practically teaching machine learning algorithm how to recognize, What is that? Sorry for that. Okay, it's just for me. Training a model is practically teaching machine learning algorithm how to recognize target objects on images. Before training, you need to prepare the data set. That is acquire images with your target objects and labeling images. This is the process of digitization and classification of your target object on your images. Okay. We used 4 classes in this research, 2 types of satires and their shadows to improve our findings. To run a model training, the data set has to be split to train, test, and validation sets. During the learning process, train and test data are used for calculating the weights for the target objects. In the final step, the models make predictions on the validation data set using the weights generated in the previous set. As a final result, you get the trained model. With a trained model, also metrics and visual outcomes are generated. Here you see F1 confidence curve. I have to explain it a bit. Precision and recall are 2 key metrics used to validate classification models in machine learning. Precision quantifies the true positives among all positive predictions, assessing the model's ability to avoid false positives. On the other hand, recall calculates the true positives among all actual positives, assessing the model's ability to take all instances of a class. F1 score shows these 2 metrics in one as a harmonic mean of the 2. The higher the value, the better the model. Here you see confusion matrix showing counts for true positives, true negatives, false positives, false negatives for each class. This version of confusion matrix, normalized version, shows the values in proportions rather than counts. This format makes it easier to compare performance across classes. These metrics are loss results during the training. This is a precision confidence curve at different thresholds. This is a recall curve for the same. And this is the 2 curves shows together. The closer the curve to the top right corner, the better the model is. But there is a trade-off between these 2, precision and recall. And you have to decide which one is more important in your use case. I think in this model, we have to focus on recall because in the end, we will get a vector layer with cell towers. And if the precision is bad, and we will get lots of false positives, then we can do some post-validation on that data. But we don't know anything about false negatives that the model didn't recognize as target. These two mosaics shows labels and predicted bounding boxes. As an important measure, intersection over union quantifies the proportion of predicted bounding box and ground truth bounding box. Very important to evaluate accuracy in object localization. You can use fine-tuning parameters called hyperparameters tuning to improve your model. That is not just one-time configuration, but an iterative process optimizing your model's metrics. This is our to-do list in this research. We have to extend our data set in numbers and to a wide variety of cell towers to improve our recall. We want to develop useful tools for smooth data pipeline. And of course, we want to try it on and use it on the new data sets. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sandor. Next presentation is going to be made by Alexandra, who is a junior mapping expert at ITU. She's actually working also with the connectivity planning platform that I mentioned during my presentation. And Alexandra is going to give us a perspective on AI and emerging technologies from the academic world. So the floor is yours, Alexandra.
Thank you so much, Gonzalo. So, good morning, everyone. I'm Aleksandra Jastrzębska, a recent graduate from Universidad Jaume I, and I'm thrilled to bring an academic perspective to this incredibly timely topic: how we use AI in industry or infrastructure, but as well also in how we learn, how we teach, and how we think. So let me start with a question. What happens when AI thinks for us? A recent MIT study explored how students use ChatGPT to write essays. It turned out that the more they rely on it, the less they remembered. So they cited less, they took less ownership of their text, and they reported weaker learning outcomes. In fact, the study used functional MRI scans to show something even more striking. The reduced activity, which is marked in blue, was observed in ChatGPT users, while increased activity, which was marked in red, appeared in brain regions associated with memory and critical thinking. So basically, the cognitive shortcut is what the research called cognitive debt. And like financial debt, it actually accumulates in a silent way. So we offload thinking to the machine, and in doing so, we actually weaken our own mental muscles. So as the slide shows, when participants wrote with AI, their brains literally went quiet. And this is a reminder for us that the cost of convenience is really striking. So what happens when researchers start relying on AI tools too heavily? Let me show you a few examples. This paper looks perfectly legitimate. It was published on Science Direct. The topic is about lithium batteries, and the formatting is flawless. But when we take a closer look, the introduction starts with, "Certainly, here is a possible introduction for your topic," which I think it sounds familiar to several of us. And here's another one. In a paper summarizing a study on radiology cases, the conclusion states, I'm sorry, but I don't have access to real-time information or patient-specific data as I am an AI language model. Well, that's not just about science. It's a direct copy-paste from a large language model. And of course, after all, both papers were retracted. But the fact that actually they passed peer review and they were published at all reveals a deeper concern. Because when academia starts rely too heavily on AI-generated content without the proper editing, it's not just that error might slip through. It actually can become a part of the scientific record. So we all know that we are in the middle of the AI hype. It's literally everywhere. And however, here are the real numbers. According to the Stanford AI Index, the AI papers now represent over 40% of all computer science research worldwide. And that's nearly 250,000 of publications in just 1 year. And yet, despite that massive output, many people still don't understand how AI actually works. So even something like recognizing a handwritten digit can seem like a magic. So let me walk you through a simple example using artificial neural networks, one of the most fundamental classes of machine learning algorithm. And this example is based on MNIST dataset, which stands for Modified National Institute of Standards and Technology, and it's been a classical training ground. This flow starts from the simplified view how AI actually sees. It processes the pixel intensity values, flattens them into a vector, and then multiplies them by a set of weights. And it's just matrix and vector multiplication. So something intuitive to the majority of humans, but yet it's very logical. So what lies behind AI, it's not a mystery, it's just mathematics. And these weights, they aren't programmed. They're learned from the data through training. And that means that AI is not thinking, and it's just calculating. So last but not least, I would like to share a bit about my personal research. It's rooted in the generative AI, the models that generate new images. And in my case, those images are maps. And in this slide, you can see an example that links OpenStreetMap, one of the most widely used open sourcing mapping platform, with the text prompt. And these prompts request the generation of maps that mimics the characteristic of the particular region, such as residential areas or coastal zones. And these models are powerful, but yet they're as good as the data which we provide and on human choices which are behind them. So basically what we prioritize, what we filter, and how we evaluate the outcomes. So with this being said, I want to conclude that AI doesn't need to replace our minds. It should challenge them. And as people from academia, our role is to make sure that in every context, from satellite imagery to schools' essays, we are thinking with and help of AI, but not letting it think for us. And thank you so much for your time. I hope that this talk reminds you to use large language models wisely and to never stop using your own brain in the process.
Thank you so much, Alexander. That was super interesting. All right, last but not least, we have, you also need, yes, here you go. So here on my right-hand side, we have
Joshua Koo, coming all the way from the US. He's a senior solution architect at GitHub. And Joshua is going to give us some hints about the why and how of open sourcing. So over to you, Josh.
Great, thank you very much. It's been a privilege and an honor to be able to present among you guys. So I'm going to be talking about the why and the how of open sourcing, and also highlighting the journey that I've had working with the ITU in open sourcing some of their software. So the first question we want to answer is, why open source? What is the point of open sourcing, and why should the ITU and also the rest of the UN in general should be adopting open source? There's a lot of challenges in software development today. There's a lot of technological challenges, and velocity is always the huge one. In terms of getting skills and resources and headcount, that's always the struggle in today's world. Finding enough developers to work on technology to help build new features. So open source is one of the ways that we can answer this problem. Within GitHub alone, last year, we had over 150 million developers contribute to open source projects. Open source projects are designed as projects that are open to the public and can be edited by anybody in the public. Among the 150 million developers, we had over 1 billion contributions to open source projects last year alone. And that number is growing year over year. So that's really exciting to see that developers around the world are embracing open source and contributing to it. And that is helping a lot of key technologies that power the world today to move faster. So you may be wondering, open source, is this just for developers, or are companies actually contributing to open source as well? Who is keeping this community alive? And I'm really proud to say that there's a lot of large companies out there today that are contributing to open source. We see here that some of the largest companies in the world are all active contributors and one of the largest contributors to open source. You look at, there's Google, there's Microsoft, there's Amazon, and even Huawei. And these are companies that power the fundamental things that we do in our lives. Google has a huge search base. Their search engine is large, but they also have one of the most popular web browsers in the world. And that web browser, Google Chrome, is fully open source. And that is powering a lot of the development today. Microsoft, Amazon, all have key open source technologies that their own technologies rely on. Without open source, these tech companies can't move as forward and as quickly as they can today. So in learning more about why and the power of open source, let me talk to you about the journey that the ITU has taken this past year in embracing open source and what are the steps they had to do to get there. First of all, we had to look at licensing. Within the open source community, there's a lot of things about licensing to ensure that software can be presented correctly. So we had to look at all of the pros and cons and the restrictions of licenses to see how can open source contribute, but also to make sure that all of the software that we write as the ITU can be related and sent out to other people, and how other people can also build upon our technologies to build other solutions. It's really amazing to see all the different solutions that can be made, and we want to make sure that everything is open source downstream as well. Second of all, we took a look at how to prepare our code. Preparing our code is very important. It's not as simple as just copying and pasting your code and just dumping it on the internet. We had to go through all of the ITU source code to make sure that we strip out anything that contained potentially sensitive information. We had to delete anything that had secrets in it, but also we had to make sure that what we're presenting is readable by other people. A lot of times when you build internal code bases, it's just technical jargon and things that only you in the company would know about. But when you're in the open source community, you need to make sure that everything you put out there is readable by anybody who's joining, because they don't have the context of your company. So we had to look into that, how to simplify a lot of the text to make it very readable and accessible for all. Lastly, we had to prepare a repository. We had to create a repository in GitHub and also create ways to allow developers to access it, to view it, and make a very readable interface for all users. But of course, open sourcing technology is only half the battle. The next part of it is how to maintain that and how to build velocity over that. So one of the most important aspects of open sourcing technology is, as I mentioned, a lot of people can look at it. And when there's a lot of people that can look at it, there are things that might make your software very dangerous as well. So one of the aspects we had to take care of is ensuring that our code base was as secure as possible. We had to look at our supply chain and looking at all of the other open source dependencies we depended on to make sure that none of them were vulnerable to any sort of attacks, so that our software would also be secure as well. We also had to look at our code scanning as well. As developers are writing code, It is known that developers are human and we do make mistakes. And when we make mistakes, that introduces vulnerabilities that bad actors can come in and take over and exploit our application. So we had to look at ways on how to secure our open source software, how to make sure that there are no vulnerabilities in there that bad actors can use to exploit. After we've secured our code base, then we had to start looking at managing community contributions. This is going to be really important because if we want to draw more developers to help contribute to the ITU's projects, we have to make sure that people know where to go. So we were working together to devise ways of issues so that we can document what are the next feature requests, what are some issues with the software today that we would like developers to help contribute to. By allowing tags like good first issue, this allows brand new developers to take a look at the ITU's projects and also see what are some of the ways they can contribute without having to going through the code base and learn that on their own. So we provide a very curated way for new developers to come in to take a look at the ITU's projects and also see where can they contribute very quickly and add value to the project. We also are working on building out a roadmap so that when users come to the ITU's projects, they can see what is the vision of the ITU, what are the next steps for these technologies, and where do we want to bring them. That allows developers to also have their own ideas of what can they contribute to the ITU's projects as well. You're very surprised at a lot of open source technologies today, how we had a set vision in the very beginning, we laid out our roadmap, but then our open source developers saw potential in how to apply these technologies in other aspects as well. And they're able to contribute and expand the software to do more than what we originally imagined. And so this is the dream that we're building here at the ITU, is we want to see how we can use these technologies today to accomplish the vision we have, but also to inspire the next generation of developers to see what they can use our technologies to solve other problems as well. So thank you very much for listening, and I hope that this really inspires you on open source and to see how within the technology that we're doing today, how we can empower that with open source technology and how we can propel that forward.
Thank you so much, Joshua. I think we have a couple of minutes before we close up the session to allow some Q&A from the audience. So maybe we can get support from the facilitators if there are any questions. Or questions from any of the panelists to the other presenters. Well, it seems that we were super clear. There are no questions. But all right, then before closing, I wrote down a few takeaways and notes as you guys were presenting. So just to close this session, things that I take with me, at least, is that, well, AI is an enabler, definitely not a replacement for human decision maker. Thank you, Alexandra, for the quote. AI is not thinking, it's calculating, and I like that one. I also like what Archana mentioned about AI being a bridge and not a barrier. I also think that partnerships are essential. AI is very powerful, but multi-stakeholder collaboration is what really makes it meaningful. Open source is a great example of that. But we have the public and the private sector represented as well. And that collaboration is also quite important to achieve the goals of Action Line C2. We also saw how AI-driven planning can unlock financing by giving governments data-backed infrastructure investment plans. And I think that CPP is a really good use case of that. We also talked about the need for clean, trusted, and transparent data as a foundation for everything we're trying to build. And yeah, people come first, then it's processes and governance, and then it's technology. But I think this was a very interesting session, so I would like to thank each and one of you, Alexandra, Sandor, Renata, and Joshua. Thank you for your presentations today. And thank you very much to all of you in the audience and to everyone who followed online. It's been a pleasure, and if you want to connect after the session, it will be a pleasure to have a chat about this topic. So thanks again, and we'll be in touch. Thanks.
practice that way.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We will start in really a few seconds. Can I call all speakers on the panel? Good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. Very pleased to be here with you. Welcome to the Smart City Leaders Talk on Safe Smart Cities and Climate Frustration, co-organized by the Global Cities Hub with ITU and with our partner organization WeGo. Very pleased, thank you. This year we've chosen the topic, this topic of safe, smart cities and climate frustration, because a people-centered smart city approach means addressing people's needs and expectation. And definitely a climate-conscious, climate-resilient, sustainable urban future is really one of those needs and expectation. My name is Antu Duong. I am the co-director of the Global Cities Hub, which is an organization which mission is twofold. Very quickly, we connect local and regional governments to international processes, and we focus on urban topics because we all know our future is urban and we need to apply this lens to everything we do, to everything we reflect on. And therefore, I'll have the pleasure of moderating this event today. Few housekeeping matters before we start. Just to let you know that the event is hybrid. We have online participants and also online speakers who will join. You will see them at some point on the screen. We also have interpretation in English and French, so please don't hesitate to choose the right channel to make sure you can follow the discussion, which will be in English only. Now, allow me to first thank the Deputy Secretary General of ITU, Tomas Lamanauskas, and your team for organizing the WSIS Plus 20 high-level events, which feature the Smart City Leaders Talk, and for joining us today in person. As you all know, the WSIS Plus 20 process offers the opportunity of harnessing emerging digital technologies, which can accelerate the localization of sustainable development goals. In particular, those basically that facilitate local climate resilient development and can help address the global challenge of climate action through information communication technologies. The WSIS process is by nature multi-stakeholders. You see a lot of different constituencies throughout the events. You see states, private sectors, NGO, business people, academia. What we are basically fighting for, I would say, sorry, fight is maybe a bit of a strong word, is to have a process that goes a little bit further and really include more local and regional governments. We advocate for the institutionalization of local and regional governments, for instance, that could be through regular consultation with local and regional governments on standardization, on digital infrastructure development, because they are at the receiving end. So I'm looking at you, Thomas, to convey that message. And I trust that today's discussion will demonstrate to you the tremendous added value of local and regional governments in this debate. The Smart City Leaders Talk, which is, I think, the third in a row, if my recollection is correct, constitutes a very adequate framework for forward-looking thematic discussion between different constituencies, local and regional government, states, ITU, and other relevant international organizations, as well as many other stakeholders, including, as I said earlier, the private sector, academia, NGO, and you name them. So in relation to our panel today, I will first invite Deputy Secretary General Tomas Lamanauskas and Senior Director of Services at WMO, Johan Stender, to set the frame regarding the use of digitalization and ICTs to build smart cities and develop adequate early warning systems for extreme weather events. I will then turn to our mayors, city networks, city representative, other experts, and ask them about how the transformative development of digital technologies and the opportunities that they offer for smart and climate resilient sustainable city development unfold. As we all know, extreme heat, extreme weather events, we just got through a very intense heat wave in Geneva, for those who were there last week. We know that those phenomena are getting more intense, more frequent, and impact our daily lives. So today's aim is really to discuss how can we ensure people-centered, climate-resilient, smart city development, and what are the necessary action at the local level to be taken in order to confront those events. So we have a great line of speakers to address this issue. We will go with the first round of questions, and I will introduce you. And we'll start with you, Thomas Lamanauskas. As I said, you're the Deputy Secretary General of the ITU. So tell us how, from the perspective of your own organization, how the ITU can help local leaders use digitalization and smart city approaches to develop more climate-conscious, climate-resilient cities. You have the floor.
So thank you, Machanto, and indeed great to have you here and have this, I would say, traditional conversation already now in the WSIS, and I think that's already starts answering your question, how we can help to have those conversations and to transform those conversations into solutions. But indeed, I liked how you said about the Geneva heat wave. Actually, some of us were in Sevilla last week for Finance for Development conference, so we only had 43 degrees Celsius, and watching, the temperatures in other parts of Spain coming up to 46, So indeed, this is, I guess, new normal. Last year was the hottest year on the record, but I don't think it's the last year on the record, regretfully, So, and I think that's how, the question is how we all really, address that. But then I think before that, the specific challenge also, I think importance of those voices and, from different levels of governance, to really have, in one inclusive conversation. And it's good here that I'm not only seeing here representatives of the cities, but I also see ministers, I also see, young people, I also see different, UN agencies that we're all having this inclusive conversation together. And indeed, our great collaboration in the context of cities with the Global Cities Hub, I think, enables that really to happen. Now, why we should care, So indeed, so cities regretfully also the source of emissions, So, and that's kind of, so we say, we talk about resiliency, how we can address that, but also we, urban areas, as per our statistics account, around 70% of global CO2 emissions. So, yes, the cities suffer, but they're also a bit of a culprit, So that needs to be addressed there as well. And that also makes cities vulnerable to the climate shocks, from floods and heat waves and other things that can help. And the question is now here, when we talk about specifically about smart cities, do we talk about smart cities in all the right ways? Yes, we talk about connectivity, which of course ITU promotes and have a lot of activities there, but also how we use that connectivity, whether we just use that, for which areas we use that. And we of course use that for economic development, for social inclusion, but do we use that also for climate both mitigation in terms of a better use of from energy grids to other areas, but also climate adaptation in terms of being ready for disasters and better informed users as well. So now, of course, from our side, so let's say the developmental side for ITU has been an important part for quite a long while. It's also part of the WSIS framework with the action line C7. Like all these numbers, we keep reminding ourselves in this halls, which just talks about the environment. But also we as ITU a couple of years ago, also decided to kind of give a boost of this with what's called Green Digital Action. So, on Green Digital Action initiative that started at COP28, brought together stakeholders to say both how digital technologies will help solve the climate crisis for us, including cities, but how we all embrace our own responsibilities as digital industry as well. And that's, again, when you build digital infrastructure in the cities, it's important to think. Through the standards that encourage environmental sustainability, through the better reporting and transparency on greenhouse gas emissions, through disaster management, especially through the early warning systems, and we have this flagship initiative called Early Warnings for All that we run together with the UNDRR, International Red Cross, and WMO, our partners, here as well, of course. So how do we kind of address those different areas as well? One of our partners there is also looking in the Digital Impact Alliance, is also looking into how to unlock data for climate action through what is called Joint Learning Network for Climate Action, in which we look how to report data, how to really address the critical data needs, innovating data sharing models also for cities as well, so that making sure that we know it. And different cities around the world are involved, from Nairobi in Kenya, Desperdicios, Argentina, Freetown, Sierra Leone. So indeed, kind of different partners are involved already to measuring that, and I think definitely something can be applied to other cities. Now, also, 200 cities worldwide have adopted key performance indicators of our United for Smart Sustainable Cities initiative, so which is a standardized framework for cities to track down their progress as well. So, of course, measurement and progress in this regard as well. So I think these are just a couple of initiatives that shows that we find it very important, both measurement side, progress tracking side, but also then making sure the technologies are available through the right standards there and right partnerships here. But again, going back here, also what's important to have these very inclusive dialogues in the places like that to really see what are the needs of the cities and how other communities can contribute indeed. And I have to apologize that I will not run immediately, but I'll have to leave a little bit earlier. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. I can imagine you have a busy program those days, running from one event to another. And thanks for making those points about those initiatives and how you basically, help not only cities, but also, of course, states to measure, to track progress, to have the right standards, to have data, basically, in order to better, combat climate change. And I think it's really important to listen from an agency like you, ITU, that you have, really, taken measures to, go and basically fight climate change. So thanks a lot for that. Also to mention maybe that cities have tools that they can use, but for that they need to contact you and they need to engage in a regular dialogue, I would say, with you. Thanks so much for that. We turn now to Johan Stendert, as I said, Senior Director of Services at the World Meteorological Organization, WMO. So can you tell us, because you must probably work on this issue of urban, so can you tell us how can the transformative development of digital technologies minimize the loss of life from severe weather events? And we've seen them, unfortunately, unfold in Texas very recently. How basically can you harness those digital technology and strengthen also early warnings and early action system?
Thank you for the opportunity, Thomas. Thank you. It's great to be here and to represent the WMO on behalf of the Secretary General, Professor Celeste Salo. I would like to take a leaf from what Thomas have indicated about the youth. Just start slightly different. Speaking to the converted here, everybody knows that by 2030, 60% of the population will live around urban areas. And as we know, most of those people will move towards cities close to the ocean. Now, Thomas spoke about the youth. Not everybody thinks that 1.8 billion people constitute the youth. And by 2030, 60% of those we define as youth will live in these cities. However, are we engaging them enough when policies need to be written or decisions need to be taken? Are we co-developing solutions with them? Because most of them, not my generation, but we're feeling the brunt, are experiencing climate change and the impact of climate change. But are we really engaging those people, the food soldiers, so to speak, those people living in informal settlements? And if we think of Africa, they do expect that 60% of the population of Africa will live in cities by 2030. Now that's a staggering amount if you can consider the amount of people that live in Africa. Now, Thomas touched on the early warnings for all. The United Nations Secretary General Guterres, who at the end of 2022 indicated that everybody on the planet must be protected by early warning systems by 2027. Now it is requested the WMO with the UNDRR to lead this initiative, but when we started this process, when we developed this high-level action plan, we immediately realized this can't be done just by us. And we've got this 4-pillar lead. So working with the ITU, which I will go now into, and IFRC. So on the disaster risk reduction side, it's important to understand the risk. What is the risk in that particular city? Because each city may be different. Can the infrastructure cope with the extreme heat that we're experiencing? Can cities cope with intense rainfall over a short space of time? Can the cities cope with flash floods? And all those that associated. The microclimate in a city, we spoke about earlier, the people living in a city where the buildings may not be built for air conditioning or cooling systems. Well, what about the workers outside? Making sure the streets are clean. Is it safe for them to still work over 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock in the afternoon to do their work? So we need to understand the risk when we develop these technologies. Number 2 is where the WMO comes in. So making sure we've got the infrastructure out there to support this. So we need to make sure we've got sufficient information, observation information. What is the temperature? What is the rainfall? Upstream and downstream that goes towards the city area. And then the modeling capabilities, which we can help with, and then the forecasting capabilities, sending out those early warning messages to the people in the city, to those in the rural community, that there's extreme heat expected in a certain area or in the city, and what should you do? We've moved away from forecasting. We moved into impact-based forecasting. What should you do? Not what the weather will be, but you as an individual, what you should do when these conditions are expected in the city. So you need to take action on those warnings. Number 3 is with the ITU, making sure that the message reach each person. Now people may say, but what if the cell phone system or mobile system goes down? This is where ITU is so brilliant. They're working with the satellite communication people to make sure that if the mobile service goes down, you still get your warning through satellite at no cost to the individual, because they also would like to save lives. And then with the IFRC, making sure the last people are reached at the end of the day. Because this whole system which we developed, co-developed with everybody, is a people-centric, multi-hazard early warning system. So we must look at all hazards: volcanoes, floods, earthquakes, tsunamis, heat, and so on. Now, let us look at 2 examples. Some people must say, but this is all high-tech. When high-tech works, great, we're all happy. But high-tech technology, the funding for that is not always accessible for those in developing all these developed countries. So 2 examples, one from Argentina, the city called Luján de Cuyo. So when they've got the extreme heat expected in their particular area, they sent out a particular warning for a particular city and what the people should do on a SMS. No smart technologies. just information they receive from the National Meteorological and Hydrological Service. Another example is in Senegal. And apart from using the SMS system, they've realized that the majority of their population is illiterate. They cannot read or write. So they've moved into a voice-over warning system. So they get the warnings, the people get the warnings by just listening to the message. Now that's practical. It's not costing a lot of money, but they're still reaching the people at the end of the day. We earlier spoke about floods and all of those type of things, but what about the cities close to the ocean? What about sea level rise? A lot of these cities' outlets are in the ocean. But if you've got sea level rise, you've got extremely high waves, what is happening is pushing the water back. So the water cannot flow into the ocean. Can you deal with that? What do you need to do to adapt to those things if the infrastructure is in such a way that it cannot push the water down into the ocean? When we talk about local leaders, I think it's really important that we understand that we involve everybody. We need to make sure that we've got institutional engagement, involve the people as full partners from the start of the process for smart city innovations, education, capacity development, and support for those who need it. Sometimes we forget that we need to do that training on the foot soldiers on the ground level, and then leverage global networks. I would like to end with a couple of remarks, if I may. Incorporating the views and expectations of a climate-conscious generation is crucial for people-centric, climate-resilient, smart cities. Local leaders can create structures and cultures that treat all as partners in urban innovation, while global leaders and organizations provide the supportive framework and resources which Thomas related to earlier. When all people are empowered to influence and shape climate responses in cities, the results are much more inclusive, creative, and future-proof. By embracing intergenerational collaboration today, city builders and policymakers can cultivate urban environment that are sustainable, resilient, and responsive to the hopes of the next generation. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those very important thoughts, concluding thoughts. I think you really showed how basically defining smart must be adapted to each local context. You know, it's not always very high, costly, high tech, but it has to respond to a demand from people on the ground, and for that, basically consulting with local and regional governments who know their people, who know their context, who know their actors is very important. Thanks a lot for that. Let me now turn to my next speaker, Mr. Jong Ki Kim. You as the Secretary General of WeGo, a smart city organization that gathers quite a number of cities worldwide, working on smart solutions with those cities. We're very glad to see you here because we've been partnering for a long time with WeGo. So thanks a lot for the trust and again for the collaboration around this event. May I ask you how local and global leaders can factor in the views and expectations of people who become more climate conscious in smart city development? And you mentioned it earlier, in particular among the young generation who take on more importance. These are people we should listen to. How do local leaders factor in those views?
Thank you. Hello, good afternoon. I am Jung Ki-kim, the Secretary General of World Smart Sustainable Cities Organization. It is truly an honor to be here with you today. It is a great pleasure to be to the beautiful and innovative city of Geneva for the second edition of the Smart Cities Leaders Talk at WSIS Plus 20 high-level event. Allow me to begin by extending my sincere gratitude to our partners, Dorin, Bogdan, Martin, Secretary General of ITU, Tomas Lamanauskas, Deputy Secretary General of ITU, he left, present today, and their wonderful team for organizing this important summit and for their warm hospitality. I would also like to express my sincere appreciation to Global Cities Hub, represented by An Tu Dong. Am I correct? Yes. Thank you. Co-director of Global Cities Hub for their continued partnership and support in co-hosting today's session. Moreover, I wish to extend a warm welcome to our esteemed WIGO member, Mr. Umar Nasir Usman, Deputy Mayor of Abuja, Nigeria. Additionally, I express my sincere gratitude to Mr. Yosef R. Shawarove, Mayor of Amman, Mr. Nicholas Yu, Executive Director of Gangzhou Institute for Sustainable Smart City Champions Program, Ms. Nadia Bachi, Executive Director of Expo City Dubai, Mr. Johan Stender, Senior Director of the World Meteorological Organization. WIGO hopes to welcome you in the family very soon. Today's gathering is a unique opportunity to discuss and shape the development of safe and smart cities. It is a chance to reflect on how local and global leaders can integrate the views and expectations of climate-conscious citizens, particularly the youth, into the development of urban spaces. Organizations like the World Smart Sustainable Cities Organization, also known as WIGO, has been instrumental in this journey as a global network dedicated to support local leaders in transforming cities into smart, sustainable environment. WIGO was established as the World E-Government Organization 15 years ago by 50 cities leading in ICT development, mainly led by Seoul Metropolitan Government. Responding to the evolving landscape in city governance and climate consciousness, WIGO broadened its mission and vision to support the development of smart and sustainable cities in 2017. Today, with over 200 members worldwide and 6 regional offices operating across all of the continents, WIGO fosters collaboration in sustainable and inclusive development by acting as a central hub among cities in the world. A key aspect to this action is engaging the younger generation, whose forward-thinking ideas are essential for building cities that are smart, resilient, and sustainable. This is the objective of the WIGO Sustainable Smart City Champions Program. Recognizing today's youth are tomorrow's leaders, the program aims to build the students and the young professionals' expertise in smart and resilient city development. By partnering with the domestic and the international universities and through a combination of online lectures and in-person workshops conducted by accredited professors, the program seeks to build an active community of future leaders who are climate conscious and equipped to make a significant impact. By hosting workshops around the world, we offer a platform for interaction, networking, and active engagement to share ideas and explore these topics. In addition, in 2025, WIGO aims to involve young people even further by launching its inaugural Global Youth Award. This initiative is set to recognize exceptional global youth leaders excelling in areas such as smart cities, advanced technologies, net zero initiatives, digital innovation, culture, and leadership. Since the beginning of this initiative in 2022, we have observed the growing interest of local and global leaders in getting involved and actively preparing their young communities to face these issues. This is why, as we move forward, I would like to call upon global and local leaders to reflect on the importance of this mission and join us in such an initiative. By integrating the youth into development strategies and initiatives, we can ensure the development of innovative, inclusive, and climate-focused cities for the benefit of all the people in the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dong Ki Kim. Very interesting to learn about how you train the youth, basically, to make sure that you have a future generation of smart city leaders and that basically respond to their own expectations and needs. Thank you for that. We need to accelerate a little bit. I'm looking at the time. You mentioned in your remarks that the Amman was a member of WIGO. So we have the mayor of Amman who was supposed to come, who could not come at the last minute. He sent us a video message very kindly, where basically he responds to this question: how can Amman in Jordan combine a smart city strategy with climate action and economic growth at the local level? How does basically that city combine all those different objectives at their local level? And the message will be delivered in Arabic, so again, please use your headphones to make sure you have the right language.
الزملاء قادة المدن، التحية طيبة من مدينة عمان عاصمة المملكة الأردنية الهاشمية التي تخطو بثبات نحو مستقبل حضري ذكي وآمن ومستدام ومدفوعا برؤية شاملة تضع الإنسان والمناخ في صلب السياسات الحضرية. يسعدني أن أشارككم في هذا الحدث العالمي الهام الذي يسلط الضوء على دور المدن الذكية في التصدي لتحديات تغير المناخ وتعزيز الأمان الحضري من خلال حلول رقمية قائمة على الذكاء الاصطناعي والتقنيات المتقدمة في زمن تتسارع فيه التحديات المناخية وتتزايد الحاجة إلى حلول مبتكرة وشاملة، حيث تبنت مدينة عمان نهجا تكامليا يربط بين استراتيجية المدينة الذكية وخطة العمل المناخية المحدثة لعام 2024 والاستراتيجية المرورية الشاملة والخطة الخضراء للمدينة، وذلك في إطار منسق ومتكامل يضمن تحقيق الأثر الأقصى على جودة الحياة وخفض الانبعاثات وتعزيز مرونة المدينة أمام الصدمات المناخية لتحقيق الاستدامة. وضعت أمانة عمان خارطة الطريق للتحول إلى مدينة ذكية تقوم على 4 محاور مترابطة: التحول الرقمي والنقل الذكي والمستدام والبنية التحتية الخضراء والإدارة البيئية المتكاملة، مع دمج مفاهيم المرونة والتكيف المناخي في جميع هذه المحاور. وقد تم بناء هذا التوجه على انسجام تام مع أهداف خطة العمل المناخي والتي تسعى إلى تقليل انبعاثات الغازات الدفيئة بنسبة 60% بحلول عام 2040 والوصول إلى الحياد الكربوني في عام 2050. فقد جعلنا في أمانة عمان من التحول الذكي أداة استراتيجية لتحقيق 3 أهداف رئيسية: تعزيز المناعة الحضرية في وجه التغيرات المناخية وتحسين جودة الحياة، بالإضافة إلى بناء مدينة تشاركية قائمة على البيانات والابتكار والحوكمة الفعالة. وفي هذا الإطار أطلقت أمانة عمان رسميا في تشرين أول 2023 استراتيجية المدينة الذكية، وهي ترجمة لتوجيهات جلالة الملك عبد الله الثاني الرامية إلى تطوير الخدمات العامة وجعل المدينة أكثر جذبا للاستثمار وخلق بيئة حضرية مرنة وآمنة للجميع، وهي تتويج لجهود بدأتها الأمانة منذ عام 2019. وتتضمن هذه الاستراتيجية 5 أهداف واضحة: رفع كفاءة الخدمات الحضرية، تعزيز المشاركة المجتمعية وتحسين جودة الحياة، زيادة مناعة المدينة أمام تغير المناخ والكوارث، ضمان الاستدامة البيئية والاقتصادية والاجتماعية، الحفاظ على هوية المدينة وتمكينها رقميا. فعلى صعيد النقل يعد مشروع الحافلات سريعة التردد نموذج متقدما للنقل العام الذكي والمستدام، يسهم في تقليل البصمة الكربونية وتحسين كفاءة الحركة المرورية، وهو مدعوم بأنظمة إلكترونية لإدارة التذاكر وتتبع الحافلات في الزمن الحقيقي. كما نفذت الأمانة أنظمة مرورية ذكية تعتمد على الذكاء الاصطناعي والكاميرات المتطورة لرصد الكثافة وضبط المخالفات، مما ساهم في تحسين الانسياب المروري وتقليل الانبعاثات وتحسين جودة الهواء. وفي مجال التحول الرقمي تم رقمنة خدمات الأمانة بما فيها أنظمة الإنارة الذكية ومنصات التفاعل مع المواطنين وتطبيقات الشكاوى الموحدة، الأمر الذي أسهم في تعزيز الكفاءة والشفافية والقدرة على اتخاذ القرار المبني على البيانات. كما تم تطوير قدرات المدينة في تحليل البيانات ونظم المعلومات الجغرافية لرصد جودة الهواء والتغيرات المناخية، مما مكن من التخطيط البيئي الدقيق ووضع السياسات المبنية على الأدلة. أما على المستوى البنية التحتية فقد شجعت المدينة اعتماد معايير البناء الأخضر والمباني منخفضة الانبعاثات إلى جانب تعزيز إدارة النفايات من خلال مبادرات إعادة التدوير والتسميد وتطبيقات تتبع النفايات الذكي لتحسين الكفاءة التشغيلية. إن بناء مدينة ذكية وآمنة في وجه تحديات المناخ لا يقوم فقط على تبني تكنولوجيا، بل على رؤية تكاملية تستثمر في البنية الرقمية وتعزز الشراكات الوطنية والدولية وتبني ثقة المواطن وتضع مشاركة جميع الأطراف بما فيهم الشباب والنساء وذوي الإعاقة. أشكر القائمين على تنظيم هذه القمة الهامة، وأجدد التزام مدينة عمان بما أنجزته وما تسعى إلى تحقيقه بأن تكون نموذجا في التحول الذكي المناخي العادل وشريكا دوليا فاعلا في بناء مدن المستقبل، مدن أكثر استدامة وإنصافا وأمانا. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you. I apologize to our speakers here who don't have like the interpretation. I'll provide you with a translation of his statement. But what's again very interesting to hear in Aman's basically intervention, it's again this question of definition of smartness. It's not about only technology adoption, but how to be as inclusive as possible, how to make sure that all the public services reach the right people in the city, including the youth, including the women, people with disabilities, and responding to your basic mandate as mayor is servicing people. We now move on to Nadia Verji. I hope you are online with us. I think you are. Great, thanks. Welcome, Nadia. Welcome to Geneva. Nadia, you are the Executive Director of Expo City Dubai. It's a very special example of creating a city from scratch. Expo City Dubai presents itself as a pioneering model for sustainable urban development. Interestingly, in preparing this event, I found that your city, Expo City Dubai, prides itself in not being just a city, but in being tomorrow's living model for how we live, how we work, how we have leisure, how we connect in the future. So tell us, from your experience, from your standpoint, how does Expo City Dubai reconciles smart city technologies and climate consciousness? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for having me on the panel today. I hope you can hear me well, and it's an honor to participate. So Expo City Dubai is the new center of gravity of the future growth of the city of Dubai. So it's not a retrofit, but it's a city really born out of intention And that, I think, and I think it's very important to say that it comes with a profound opportunity, but also a very serious responsibility when the stakes are this high. When we're talking about climate change, digital disruption, rising expectations around safety, equity. Our colleague from WMO is really speaking about intergenerational equity and inclusion. And I think that these are really essential ingredients for how to design holistically. So we haven't really layered sustainability or smart infrastructure on top of legacy systems. We really embedded it from the very beginning. And so really thinking about the design of the master plan of this space, how do you think about mobility, energy, waste, data flow in a single system? So almost sort of really thinking in a different paradigm. We're a 15-minute city, just by design, so human scale, walkable, digitally integrated. So our infrastructure like district cooling, sort of sensor-enabled waste was really planned from the outset. We really do prioritize renewable energy, eco-friendly designs, smart urban planning, sort of that whole facility for residents and tenants and everybody who's living in the city to really benefit from an improved quality of life. In 2024, to give you just a few sort of anchors of statistics, we diverted 93% of our waste away from landfill. We had a 9% increase on our solar energy production. We're a certified autism center, and we're sort of on our road to decarbonisation, reducing our consumption from the grid. And year on year from last year was 21%. So all of this kind of gives you an idea of the fact that we serve as this test bed for the city of Dubai, but for the UAE that's got its own net zero targets for 2050. So we can pilot, we fail fast, we try to scale because all of the governance, the land, the institutional framework is all aligned. And so we're not kind of trapped in those long-term cycles. And I think this is something that's very well known about Dubai and the UAE, the sort of governance agility, and that can really accelerate our response to climate. But then I guess the flip side of that is ensuring inclusion. And it's not enough to have the technology. We have to sort of ask ourselves, well, what does it take to really reduce emissions, improve air quality, and really focus on human dignity? And so that we like to call ourselves a green print, almost a model for export, but really a test bed for solutions that can be adapted, that can be scaled, and that can be tested elsewhere, particularly in the global south. And so, we really, really believe that it's really got to be incredibly responsive. Safety is, really about physical infrastructure, about digital safeguards, and emotional security. So really creating trust in how the city listens and adapts and really sort of creates that enabling environment for the citizens and for folks who are living there. We're working with colleagues on the panel. WeGo is joining us in October at one of our big events that we're hosting, and I'll tell you a bit more about that. But really the idea is to co-develop frameworks that measure not just smartness, but really focused on impact. And like I said, on emissions, on equity, this focus on intergenerational equity is a priority for us, and really human dignity. So what we've done over the course of the last couple of years is really design our own urban framework, which really helps cities benchmark themselves across global standards, but then our own metrics of what we've put in place to become this, the city that's really based on metrics of sustainability, innovation, R&D, SME support, and really broad international cooperation. So my day job is to take the city into the world and then bring value back from the world into the city for the purposes of really benefiting from what great advances are happening in the rest of the world too. And so, we recognize that it may look a little bit utopian, perhaps, or a little bit inaccessible, that this idea of starting from scratch is sort of disconnected from some of these real-world urban complexities. But Dubai has its own fair share of urban complexities, and so the burden is on us to kind of really collaborate, showcase what we're doing, and really build relationships with cities around the world, which is why we're hosting the Asia Pacific City Summit and Mayors Forum, which is our global mayoral forum, really bringing the MEASA regions, the Middle East, South Asia, and Africa region to the table, because urbanization is happening at such an exponential speed in this part of the world. how do you really interrogate what works, what can scale, and what really inspires adaptation? And so we're really seeing this as an inflection point for cities to think about climate conscious transformation through digital, through policy innovation, really bringing all of these leaders together to tackle challenges across climate, connectivity, infrastructure, and inclusion. And really for us, we really believe that Expo City is not just about the physical infrastructure, but it's at the service of really a platform for urban imagination. So we hosted the World Expo, we hosted COP28, and now we believe that the frustration that we all feel about climate inaction, siloed planning, this idea of exclusionary design really can be redirected into solutions that allow us to converge if we can create spaces to do that. So we're a work in progress, and our invitation extends to every city to really build with purpose, to build with urgency, and integrity for what we all deserve and for what the next generations deserve too.
Thank you so much, Nadia. That sounds absolutely fascinating. I guess, a lot of, cities worldwide must look at you with a little bit of envy, being able to build a city from scratch. However, I might just rely on that figure that UN Habitat keeps, bringing up, saying that 60% of urban infrastructure by 2050, I think, is still to be built. So, we still have a lot of white pages to draw on, our urban future. But thanks so much for your intervention and about, telling us how you work with that and how you've been able to embed all those consideration about climate resilience, climate consciousness from the very start. Very interesting. Now, let me turn to Nicholas Yu, the last but not the least. You are Executive Director of Guangzhou Institute for Urban Innovation, but I've learned just before the panel that you were actually the advisor to the mayor, which, is much more interesting from our point of view, I have to say, because we're looking for those connections with cities directly. So you're basically, you extensively work on the concept of innovation. In improving social, economic, environmental sustainability in cities. As such, you've become really an expert on smart cities and advocate for a people-centered approach, which we've heard throughout, different interventions. Can you tell us more about the importance of why this is so important to have this people-centered approach? It sounds obvious, but it's not always when you design those smart cities. How does that play out in the context of smart climate resilient cities?
Thank you very much, and greetings to everybody. I would like to start just by turning the clock back 5 years. What happened 5 years ago? The world was hit by this pandemic, and I think it was a gigantic wake-up call. We discovered in cities, both in the global north and the global south, that many people and many places were being left behind. I personally had to deal with emergencies in approximately a dozen cities. We were monitoring very closely what was happening, and it was quite shocking to find out that even in wealthy cities, there were entire neighborhoods where people did not have access to recreational green space. Entire communities did not have access to fresh food, that a lot of children were really missing out on their education because of the digital divide. So what didn't work? Despite the fact that we have smart city tools around for almost 30, 40 years, what went wrong? And the reason I want to turn the clock back is because if we look at how smart city approaches have been applied to cities, they have been largely following the existing structure of cities. And our cities today, the structure that we use to govern our cities, manage our cities, was born out of the Industrial Revolution, when cities exploded in growth, in speed, in population, and it became so complex that we had to break down and simplify the city into bite-sized pieces. We call those bite-sized pieces the silos, right? And what COVID revealed to us was that despite all our efforts on smart city planning, smart city management, etc., we have still not overcome those silos. So the real challenge for us going forward is how do we use digital tools and hopefully use AI intelligently to help us bridge those silos in order to meet the green climate and digital transitions, right? And Guangzhou is no different. We discovered the same problems as other cities around the world. And I just want to use it as an example. We started our digital transition a long time ago already. As most people are aware, China's pretty much at the forefront of using AI and all kinds of digital tools. But we also had the same problems. And we decided to use this wake-up call to rethink how we plan and design the city. Not like Dubai, where we build something out of completely new. We're a legacy city of 18 million people, so it's pretty hard to try to do something completely new. The key issue here was how to become people-centered, to make your city more resilient, was to rethink the management of the city down to the neighborhood level. So there's a new planning approach in Guangzhou, but not only in Guangzhou, in other Chinese cities as well, where the city is broken down into wards, and most of the data that is being collected and being monitored is being done at the ward level. So we ask neighborhood by neighborhood, what are your priorities in making your neighborhood, your residential area, your community more resilient? It changes from neighborhood to neighborhood, depending on the age of the neighborhood, its type of architecture, when it was planned, when it was built, the age, gender split in that neighborhood. So we found out that some neighborhoods, in order to become more resilient, they primarily had to deal with solid waste. In others, it was urban cooling. How do you actually cool down the temperature of your neighborhood? Yet in others, it was water, right? But Chinese cities have an overall strategy of the sponge city. And yet in others, it was greening. How to integrate micro parks, micro recreational spaces into an existing urban fabric. So this bottom-up approach to looking at resilience is the strategy that Guangzhou is now pursuing. As I mentioned, most of the data is being collected at the community level. It's being generated at the community level. It's using simple applications using mobile phone technology, while the city itself is monitoring other things, the overall temperature, wind direction, water, et cetera, et cetera. So basically what I'm getting at is that in order for a city, a people-centered smart city to work, we have to re-look at all of our KPIs, sector by sector, silo by silo, to make sure that people are at the center. This is not the case today. We recently did a study. We looked at utilities across a dozen different countries, and we're still measuring cubic meters, tons, kilometers, kilowatts, etc. We don't see people there. So the best way that we found to approach this problem is to put people in charge. Put people in charge of collecting, defining which data they want to collect, which are the problems they want to solve, have them be part of the ecosystem that is looking at the data, coming up with solutions, feeding that back into the urban planning and day-to-day management of the city. So in conclusion, what I want to say is that for people-centered to work, we have to make this a real pillar of how we measure what we're doing. It has to be a fundamental pillar. It cannot just be objectives that we fix to a project or to a 3-year initiative, etc. It has to become a permanent feature of how we measure progress. And most importantly, I think it implies that we adopt a systems approach, which means that from the governance perspective, we will have to bridge, if not break down those silos, right? And the only way we can do that is really by putting people and communities at the forefront of the decision-making process.
Thank you so much, Nicholas. It's really back to basics, basically. If you want a people-centered approach, ask the people. And go to the neighborhood level, go to the ward level to understand what are their needs and expectations in terms of smartness of their own city. We had a last speaker, but I think unfortunately we had connection issues. Unfortunately, so therefore we're coming to the end of this event without having the opportunity to go for a second round of questions. I'm so sorry about this. I feel that this discussion could have lasted, much longer, but allow me to simply express my heartfelt thanks to all of the speakers, both in person but also online, for their time and valuable contributions. Allow me to also extend sincere gratitude for the ITU team who've enabled this event, as well as to my colleague Andres Soreni, who's worked very hard to gather all those fantastic speakers. I hope we've successfully highlighted the critical role that local and regional governments must play in the current but also the future debates on smart cities, and you understood that smart is a very big word where we put a lot of things. It means different things for different people, but please do consult your own people through local and regional governments who are, the level of authority that is in proximity with those people, who again know the context, know the territory, know basically what are the needs that need to be responded to. As with many issues discussed at the international level, we must recognize that local and regional governments are often on the front lines of implementation, of decision being made at the state level, at the international level. So their involvement in those discussions is crucial. This is what we've attempted to do today by having this focus on city level. And so we know that local and regional governments have the ability to drive real progress when it comes to climate resilience, because ITU mentioned it earlier, they are the drivers of the climate change, but they're also the one being most impacted. So let's listen to them. Let's consult people to ensure that we have a people-centered smart city development. And I thank you again and hope to see you soon.
AI governance dialogue also to the IGF, but now it goes ITU and UN. We have to build bridges between these two.
The good thing about the internet is everything is connected. The bad thing about the internet is everything is connected. The internet has become a very, very fundamental infrastructure for virtually everything. All of our daily lives are touched. Even if we're not using it directly as users, we're still affected by others who are using it for their daily work. So we have to train people to understand what the risks are and how to defend themselves against those risks. There's a very tricky balance here to figuring out how to make the internet configured to serve us all well, while at the same time not being abused by either individuals or by governments. The Internet Governance Forum is multi-stakeholder and global in scope. It helps to inform legislators and others about policies that would make the internet operate well, securely, safely, fairly, affordably, and reliably. The Internet Governance Forum is an open organization. Anyone is permitted to participate. We want those who are making rules to be informed by the parties who will be affected. So we all have a mission, which is to make the internet a place that's worthy of its intent.
Hello and welcome. My name is Bruna Santos. I'm one of the moderators of this session. And now just...
And my name's Chris Buckridge. I'm a member of the IGF Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group and co-moderator of this session.
Thanks. Just to start by saying that this video that we just saw was produced by the IGF Leadership Panel and GIZ, the German Cooperation Agency, to highlight the value of the IGF as one of the main stakeholder approaches in the internet governance space, and also to say that the goal of this session is to discuss multi-stakeholder approaches in general, their long-term sustainability. Here we're going to have a conversation about WSIS, IGF, and the future of these spaces and how do we deal with them, and also acknowledging that multi-stakeholder approaches have been the main outcome of the WSIS processes, and we want to celebrate them and discuss the past and the future. And we're going to start maybe with a little bit of history, because we do know that many in this room do know the history, but it's also important to be remembered of the values and the things we've advocated so much in the long term of these processes. Yes?
And just before we throw to Wolfgang to start with this, one thing that we were really keen on with this session is that it be interactive, and we've scheduled it so that we have really the second half of the hour as an opportunity for you to give us your ideas, your thoughts on what the future might and should look like for multi-stakeholder platforms. I'll be the one running around with the microphone, so please use the beginning of the session to think about what you might want to input here. Thanks.
Awesome. Thanks, Chris and Yas. So we're going to start with the first part of the panel because we do want to have a lot of time for participation from the audience and hear from you guys. But I'll start with Wolfgang, Thomas, and Henriette as people that have been present in a lot of these processes in the history of the shaping of these forums and so on. So we would like to hear from you guys a little bit about WSIS, the Internet Governance Forum, and achieving what we see today as a bottom-up space for dialogues around policymaking. Can I start with you, Wolfgang?
Yeah, thank you, Bruna. And it's always good to remember history, because if you do not know the history, you will be unable to manage the future, because the present is a result of the history, and the problems of today have our roots in the past, and managing in the future needs to understand the history. And everybody agrees that the multi-stakeholder approach was the big result of the Tunis summit 20 years ago. But it's also worth to look backwards from Tunis and where this idea came from. And if you try to find the starting point for this debate, you have to go back into the 1970s. Half a century ago, when the Club of Rome discovered that the world will be confronted with what they called the global problems of mankind, and they identified peace, development, environment, energy, and also information and communication as the global problems of mankind. And then we should not forget that it was Mr. Gorbachev who stressed that the universal human values are more important than the special interests of special political classes. I think this was a great breakthrough, which really led to a broader understanding what globalization means. In the early 90s, then John Nye and Alex Toffler told us about power shifting and said, you know, power will shift from central authorities to more decentralized institutions, to transnational institutions. Manuel Castells wrote The Network Society, where he argued that bordered places will be confronted with unbordered spaces. And indeed, a lot of things in the 90s, what we have seen, became transnational. You know, business became transnational, NGOs became transnational, and also the technical community, the whole internet was transnational from the early days. So there was no borders for communication anymore. So the traditional barriers of time and space disappeared. Though we ended up in a situation in 2003 in Geneva when we had two different concepts. One was that the United States wanted to have private sector leadership, and China said, okay, private sector leadership is good for 1 million users, but now we have nearly 1 billion users and we need governmental leadership. This was really a big disagreement, and if you have a disagreement, how to solve it? You create a working group. And in the working group on internet governance, you know, I remember the speech by Kofi Annan in 2004 when he encouraged us to bring innovation also to policy making. His argument was the internet is an innovation in technology, and he said, okay, we cannot settle the 21st century problems by being traditional in the instruments and mechanisms of the 20th century. So when he encouraged us to say you have to bring innovation to policy making, we came up with the conclusion and said the internet doesn't need leadership, it needs collaboration from all sides. And so the proposal for a multi-stakeholder approach for internet governance became the main proposal from the WCIG, and to my surprise, 193 governments accepted it in Tunis. So this was the prehistory, and now we are here 20 years later, and we have to look forward how to do with this outcome from Tunis. Thank you.
Thanks, Wolfgang. Thomas, I'll bring the conversation to you as our host in this event, and also the space from where the World Summit on Information Society was generated from. We would just like to hear from you and the ITU, what's the value of a mechanism such as the WSIS, as we all see it as the baseline for many of the internet governance discussions we have these days. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And indeed, when Wolfgang was talking about history, I started reflecting my personal history, because I think internet, in a way, history of internet is history of the world, how we go, but for a lot of us, is a personal story as well. No? So for me, internet story is about in like mid-90s, newly independent Lithuania, of the you know, like a student in a high school using FidoNet at that time, not internet, and then using my then first Open Society Foundation provided email address to connect to the world and starting understanding what's beyond those borders there, you know. And now, of course, is, you know, at that time was just a dabbling in that world of information, you know, being geeky about it, you know, and then first internet with a internet-related chat rooms, you know, where we try to engage with the world. Sometimes we try to break those rooms, you know, as well. I have to tell you, as a high school kid, you know. And then, you know, fast forward to being now part of this community, you know, that's kind of where the internet is no longer the kind of geeky hobby, you know, but that's something that changes everything, and we kind of talk about it everywhere, you know. So I think that's a really remarkable story from, like, you know, here. So geeks are mainstream now, no? Like at the time, you know. So and I think that's, someone to realize in your personal history is important, you know. And the same happens with the digital, you know, like reflecting, like in Sustainable Development Goals agenda, what digital was mentioned once and ICTs twice, I think. And then, of course, now, this last week, Financing for Development Conference, digital is 64 times, you know, and then, you know, outcome document. So I think this is really remarkable achievement that we shouldn't forget. And of course, internet penetration, if you look 2003, 2.5%, now we have 2/3 of the world you know, connected. Not enough, but we have that. I think that is this remarkable work of these communities coming together, you know. The WSIS process was this way to bring communities, and I think to have this understanding that you need governments understanding how the technical community work, and you need academia, you need private sector, you need society, private sector and civil society. They all need to come together, and the WSIS itself already was, look statistics, I think in 2005, 13,500 people, but including, more than 6,000 NGO people, nearly 5,000 private sector people. There's always this multi-stakeholder community coming together. It was not always easy to work together, I have to say. I've been in HU 10 years ago. I went in WSIS 2005. I keep coming back every 10 years, and I get to tell you every 10 years is a qualitative shift, and now it's a very different environment than it was before, but it wasn't easy. But at the same time, we really have to see how we achieved a lot. But now, these two I call it two legs of the WSIS, IGF since 2006, WSIS Forum since 2009. And of course, on WSIS Forum, we also celebrate, what I think is remarkable, remarkable engagement. 50,000 people since then engage in the WSIS Forum. We have 15,000 entries in the WSIS stock-taking database that demonstrates all these great achievements that people do around the world. 6,000 submissions for the WSIS prizes, around that time. 2 million people subscribing to the WSIS stock-taking, things. So we really have this community there that's really engaging, and we can tap on this. So when we now talking about new process, new formats and other things, my reminder is always this: it hasn't happened over the day, So sometimes you feel it's easy to say, look, let's just bring stakeholders in the room. And I have to say, like our story, WSIS story, ITU story over the last 20 years says, it's not that easy. You actually need to make an effort. You need to make an effort to understand. You need to make an effort to go beyond 3 minutes for the stakeholder kind of idea, to actually understanding each other, bringing each other together, bringing everyone together, and really engaging and really understanding that everyone has a role and we need to work together. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. And straight to you, Henriette, as a key part of this community as well and a member of the civil society stakeholder group, I would say you also agree that it was not always easy, right, in that sense, but we're also inviting you to talk about the IGF, who just celebrated its 20th edition, and maybe the long-term challenges we had in this space, but also the build-up of the IGF. So, yeah, you have the floor, and thanks for joining.
Thanks very much, Bruna, and thanks for inviting me in. I think that there's to look at how the IGF has evolved as an ecosystem and as a community, I think it's worth thinking about the fact that there's always been this tension at the IGF between it being a space where we talk about those who do have the internet and who are facing increasing new, complex, emerging challenges related to internet governance, and the IGF being a space for talking about that between different stakeholder groups. And on the other hand, the billions of people who do not have access to the internet, who come from parts of the world where all stakeholders, be they government, civil society, or the private sector, are facing enormous constraints in terms of access to resources, access to infrastructure. And I think what we've seen with the IGF is this tension, which is quite dynamic, and sometimes we have one group of stakeholders dominate more than others. But we've seen this ecosystem evolve that actually responds to this tension, this dynamic tension. We've seen the emergence of national and regional IGFs, where those communities can actually engage internet governance, internet policy and development on their own terms, contextualized, where they actually are able to talk about electricity and basic infrastructure, topics which are not always that interesting to global north stakeholders at a global IGF. Similarly, as we've seen governments become more aware of the IGF as a potential challenge for regimes, for example, we've seen the topic of internet shutdowns become a topic that's dealt with at the IGF. As we've seen big tech corporations from starting off as being enablers of freedom of expression, the primary enablers now in fact become entities that sometimes are seen as potential threats to freedom of expression. We're able to discuss that as well. We've seen a topic like technology-facilitated gender-based violence being discussed by an IGF best practice forum. You might have heard that spam, which was mentioned in the Tunis agenda, was a huge challenge in 2005. But we had a best practice forum dealing with spam. We now have dynamic coalitions, which are self-organized communities within the IGF who could bring their issues, such as community connectivity, for example, or public health, or sustainability of journalism in the context of the impact of technology on the media, to raise their issues in the context of the IGF. We have seen the youth IGF, and we're going to hear more about that. So I think that, for me, really is the power of the IGF, that it has the flexibility to enable bottom-up evolution of its institutional ecosystem to respond to this fundamental tension, but also to this constantly emerging terrain of digital governance. It's no longer just about digital internet governance. It really has evolved into a platform where we can talk about all aspects of digital governance.
Thanks so much, Henriette. Chris, right to you.
Okay, thank you, Henriette. So this has been a bit of a recap of where we are, how we got here. What we want to do now with the session, I think, is begin to look to the future, begin to think about, okay, we have this 20 years of experience under our belt. We've seen these processes develop and evolve, but we know that there remain an awful lot of challenges in this space, and that these processes, these structures that we're working on will need to evolve to address that. And so we have three speakers, one of whom, Thibaut Kleiner, is remote, and I'm hoping that he's online already and ready to speak. If I can get a bit of indication from the back of the room.
Yes, I'm here.
Perfect. Okay.
I hope you can hear me.
We can, Thibaut. So I'll pass the floor to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and really very happy to be able to participate online. I'll be joining you in Geneva this evening, but today I'm very honored to also celebrate with you this 20 years of the WSIS process. And I think that, as many already said, I think that the internet has become almost an intrinsic part of our life, and something that most economies and societies these days cannot do without. It has become really a global infrastructure that is at the heart of many processes. Many things that we do on a daily basis are actually grounded on the internet, and we tend to forget it sometimes. We tend to take it for granted. And it's also true, as also some said, that a large part of the world still does not have access to the internet. I mean, I think that the last figure I saw is that Africa, only 37% of the population has access to the internet. It's much better than 20 years ago, where only 2% of the African population had access to the internet. So we're getting better, but we are far from a situation where there is equality in terms of opportunities in the digital world. And today I wanted actually to make 2 points in that context, because it's also a special year. We have the WSIS plus 20. We also have had a few months ago the Global Digital Compact approved. And I think all this was an opportunity to discuss in terms of where we stand and where we want to go with the digital transformation that is also so critical for development, for education, for inclusion. And my first point is really that we need to look at the Internet Governance Forum. So the IGF really is the symbol of this multi-stakeholder model, really an open and inclusive, a bottom-up approach that we envisaged already in the Tunis agreement. And I think this is something that we need to cherish, because it's only through this inclusive dialogue that we can also be aware of the new challenges. Now, AI, for instance, has been in Oslo massively in the scope of discussions. And we need now also to maybe revisit the way we have organized the IGF. So from the European Union, when we look at this opportunity this year to go back to the WSIS, we want actually the IGF to be made permanent. We want the IGF to be institutionalized beyond 2025. That's really an important message. And we want actually that there is secure funding, sustainable funding for the IGF through the regular UN budget, but also voluntary contributions. And we want really to make sure that the IGF, for instance, is given a dedicated director, that it is getting also a proper secretariat, so that it is really having all the features of an institution that can play a role in the UN family. So that's the first point I wanted to make. It's just like we look back, we need also to project ourselves in a future where the multi-stakeholder model is really secured through the IGF. And the second point I wanted to make is that we also need to look at the many issues that are emerging. And I think that with the Global Digital Compact, but also with the Sustainable Development Goals, we have an opportunity somehow to complement or to coordinate with the WSIS action lines. And I think that, again, from the European Union, we would like to make sure that we have an agenda that is future-proof, that is also ready for these new challenges. And what we have proposed actually is to have something that we call the roadmaps for the future. So really making sure that the WSIS action lines somehow are made operational through these roadmaps, so that we can really incorporate the many activities that are taking place in the UN and beyond, and avoid duplications, but also make sure that we take stock of progress in a way that is up to speed with recent development. So this is really something we have proposed, and we believe that it is an opportunity to not only secure the multi-stakeholder model, but also to prove that it works in relation to these new challenges.
Okay, thank you very much, Thibaut. We had a slight synchronization issue here, but I think we all heard you very loud and clear, so glad you could be here with us remotely. We have two more speakers who are coming from, well, the younger end of the spectrum in engagement, and I think that's a very valuable input perspective to have when we're looking to the future and how these processes are developing. So first, please, Camilla Leche, can I turn to you?
Of course, thank you. As you can imagine, I wasn't in the initial discussions of WSIS, but I'm very happy to be part of this moment right now and to see the evolution of this and our willingness to make this even more inclusive. And I feel personally engaged to do that, because we are talking not only about the past learnings, but also how we can do better for future generations, and happy to be with more youth people to be thinking about the future. I believe that these spaces remain pretty essential, but we need to do some enhancements to advance this kind of discussions. And as someone that comes from Brazil and working for a consumer organization, I work for IDEC, I believe it's very important for us when we are discussing multi-stakeholder to recall that we already have discussions on how to improve multi-stakeholder processes. We had Net Mundial +10. We have the São Paulo principles, which recognize the need to enhance the notion of multi-stakeholder, considering the different responsibilities of each stakeholder and also the imbalance between them. So we need to proactively reach out, for example, to civil society, to affected communities who, unfortunately, most of the times cannot be in this kind of room. And for that, we need funding, we need support, we need skills, we need development for them to be in equal footing with us. And also, as civil society, we need to push this kind of participation as well. And again, I'm personally engaged to do so. A second thing is that we see several overlaps in important discussions, but we see, and being really direct, we see some waste of resources when we duplicate efforts that can be coordinated, that doesn't necessarily have to be fragmented and can be more cohesive. And we see, for example, important GDC discussions that we see a lot of synergy that could go inside WSIS. And I think that this kind of participation, this recognition of coherence is necessary. And this is a sensitive issue, but we also need to consider budget constraints. both from civil society organizations to be part of several discussions, but also UN agencies, for example, and for youth organizations to be part of this. And lastly, I think when we are thinking about the past and the future, we see some common narratives that we need to overcome. The first one is that if we are having global discussions, we cannot consider local realities. As Henriette mentioned, it is essential to value regional and local IGFs, considering how the implementation of WSIS, for example, can impact differently different countries, considering global north and global south priorities, but also specificities in each country. And also to overcome these false polarization between human rights and innovation. Breaking the law is not innovative, and we have to go beyond that and have to continue to contribute to these discussions. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And so the final speaker we have here on the stage with us is Halima Ismail, coming from Bahrain. So Halima, please.
Thank you so much for having me here today. Looking ahead, I believe that there are 3 priorities for WSIS and the IGF to remain relevant and impactful over the next 20 years. First, how do we ensure these platforms remain truly inclusive, clearinghouses for knowledge? This answers to keep expanding spaces for diverse voices, especially women and youth, so that local and communities' perspectives shape global conversations. Second, how can we build an efficient early warning system for emerging digital risks, like the rapid rise of AI agents? I believe the solution is to strengthen collaboration with technical experts, civil society, and non-profits, who often work closest to communities and can service issues that larger institutions might miss. Third, how do we move from discussion to tangible action? Too often, community voices are heard, but not truly included in decision-making. We need to change this dynamic by ensuring that outcomes from these forums translate into clear policy recommendations, capacity building, and follow-up steps that are actually implemented and measured. Let's make sure these forums don't just exist, but truly deliver for the future we all want. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Halima. Thomas, I know you have to leave, so thank you for being with us here today. So we've reached the point of the discussion here, and I hope that our panelists on stage will also feel free to join in this, but we'd really like to hear from those of you in the audience. I'm going to pass over to Bruna, and I will go grab a mic and bring it to you where you're sitting.
So yes, open for anyone that wants to join the debate. 3 minutes intervention. We have mainly 2 questions for you guys. What do we want from multi-stakeholder governance platforms, and how could their value be harnessed? But also feel free to add anything else that you feel it's relevant for this conversation. And Chris is going to find you.
You're 4. Sorry, Bill.
Yeah, if we can dim the lights just a little bit to the audience, we cannot really see them from here. Thank you, guys.
Shall I go? So my name is Craig Stanley Adamson. I'm Head of Internet Governance for the UK Department of Science, Innovation and Technology, and will be part of the WSIS process this year. I'd just like to start by saying that it's clear that multi-stakeholder engagement and collaboration through the WSIS process has tackled and delivered on many global issues. Just a quick little recap, I just want to highlight that the IGF has made concrete successes of the increase of IXPs, Internet Exchange Points, across Africa. It played a crucial role in IANA transition, and it's helped developing the next generation of global majority leaders in internet governance. We heard from Thomas that the WSIS Forum has made tangible outputs on many of the action lines that we're discussing this week. I think it's really important to discuss how we keep these tangible outputs and momentum going, and how we can further strengthen these WSIS processes going forwards. Part of this comes from the permanent mandate of the IGF, as Thibaut mentioned, and the UK fully supports this, and the needs for greater support to the IGF Secretariat to help deliver that. This will help ensure focus and consistency as we tackle these global challenges. One of the other areas the UK is looking to bring to the WSIS review is formal recognition for the national and regional IGFs, which can play a greater role in promoting local and community-led views into these global processes. It's crucial that we have diverse input from the global majority to tackle these digital issues, and we're pleased to hear the reference from one of the participants on stage to the Sao Paulo principles on multi-stakeholder participation. So just to clarify again and reiterate that ensuring a rich and diverse range of inputs from all stakeholder groups needs to be a priority and a key focus for us during this WSIS review, plus 20 review, and it's something that we should hope to continue that discussion going forwards and not let it stop at this particular review. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wout, please.
Yes, thank you, Chris, and thank you all for presenting. My name is Wouter Natus van der Borgt, and I'm the coordinator of IS3C, the Dynamic Coalition Internet Standards, Security and Safety, and sort of unofficially representing all 32 DCs today. My intervention focuses on the importance of the year-round intersessional work going on at the IGF. Many people are not aware of this intersessional work, nor of its useful outcomes and important, sometimes even important outcomes. There are circa 10 new reports from dynamic coalitions in 2025. Several DCs are working on and have strong linkages to the WSIS action lines, for example, on health and capacity building, inclusion, cybersecurity, and they include many WSIS partners working in these dynamic coalitions. All DCs will cover well over 1,000 different partners who contribute in the form of funding, cooperation in kind, participating in consultations, writing reports, and sitting in online meetings. Our reports can feed into several programs around the world as they contain policy recommendations, identified best practices, or simply sound advice on what works and does not work, compiled from the input from many and researched by experts. You will find that they align with the WSIS action programs and projected outcomes with the GDC and the SDGs. The DCs came away from the IGF 2025 in Lillestrøm with the following takeaways. The future of the multi-stakeholder governance must be generally inclusive, not only in principle, but in practice. Standards for safety, security, and accessibility are a key element for ensuring an open and inclusive internet. Dynamic coalitions function as engines of innovation, dialogue, and community-driven research on some of the most pressing issues in internet governance. But on action points, there is something going wrong on my screen, but that's solved now. On action points, the strengthening of the recognition of dynamic coalitions as an indispensable research in multi-stakeholder governance. And that's the action for the future. The work of DCs in the future can be better integrated into the IGF program. We propose that the DCs have 1 or 2 liaisons in the MAG who advise on the way expected DC outcomes are reflected by and better become integrated into the IGF program so that outcomes become far better known, better recognized by the whole community, leading to more participation because all stakeholders would have a higher stake in the projected outcomes. So I hope that we can discuss that in the near future. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Wout.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Kishore Narang. I'm from India. I'm a practicing electronic system design architect, and I'm into standardization, smart cities, and digital infrastructure domain. I think internet governance is a very, very concurrent subject, and I think it is becoming all the more important looking into the disruption that all the digital technologies are bringing, particularly the AI. And one of the things that is coming to the mind, and when we talk about citizens and development of cities, because we were having the previous session was talking about cities and all that, I think citizens are most important part. And when we talk about them, and in cities context also, everyone talks about SDGs, all the 17 SDGs. But I think we need another 18th SDG, safe and meaningful digital life for the citizens of the world. I think this needs to, we always say that internet is becoming a fundamental right, but nobody's talking about the governance and the importance to a level that it could be added as another SDG. Just my two cents to the discussion. Maybe people may like and take this idea forward, but happy to work on this thing because this is very close to my heart. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the interventions.
We have one more intervention from Bill, I know, and
Yeah, and another
maybe
one
then
in
we
the
can-
corner.
Oh, and then, okay.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Bill Drake. I teach at Columbia University in New York. The WSIS process obviously has greatly stimulated multi-stakeholder engagement across the board. One of the things that I've noticed, though, is the kind of bifurcation between the experiences within multi-stakeholder governance processes and multilateral processes that have added a multi-stakeholder participation component, what you might call multilateralism plus. So on the multi-stakeholder side of the coin, you've got bodies like ICANN and so on, which have demonstrated that they're essentially learning organizations, that they continually try to improve their processes by reflecting on what they've done and how could they do it better, and have developed institutional mechanisms to try to increase the ways in which all stakeholders, including governments, are able to work together with others to come to decisions. On the multilateral side, though, what we've had is a lot of sort of, well, okay, we create a multilateral, a multi-stakeholder space. We have like a consultation where multi-stakeholder people can come and speak for 3 minutes and give a presentation, but the government people are not in the room and are not engaging. We don't have enough real engagement between stakeholders and government representatives, which we did back in the WSIS process 20 years ago. And so what I would try to suggest is that, you know, it would be useful if on the intergovernmental side of things, we could also have a learning institution kind of culture where we could try to reflect on how we've done things and how to improve the process to increase the capacity of states to work together with stakeholders in an interactive, dynamic fashion to reach governance solutions that are actually more sustainable and broadly supported by everybody, rather than having siloed conversations where, you know, okay, the stakeholders get to talk, but they talk over there and the governments are not in the room. We need to be together in the conversation, and I hope we can start to find ways to work on developing that better. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Right over here.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Corriero from Canada, and I was happy with taking it global, and our organization was happy to be the only Canadian project in the WSIS champion, so out of 90 selected. And it really has me thinking about the need for reports. Like, I would like to see a report from the Government of Canada on all the actions from all the line items in the past 20 years, and in general, not just for, you know, one country, but we were one of the founders of the Youth Caucus. We had national campaigns in over 30 countries. There were consultations. And I just wonder what mechanisms there are within countries for reporting, and how to continue to expand these multi-stakeholder networks within country. Because it seems that there's much limited capacity, at least in the Canadian context. So that's something that I'd like to see. Like, I'd like to see the report on how commitments have been taken, and maybe I'm missing that. If it's on the website, I apologize, but thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think Jorge had a very brief point, and maybe then we can hear a bit of reactions from those on the panel to some of what we've heard.
Thank you, Chris. Jorge Cancio, Swiss government. So happy to be here, happy to listening to you. I just want to pick on something that Ms. Halima Ismail said, which is that the framework has to deliver on our digital present and future, if I understood that correctly. And I think it's very important to recall that with everything we do, especially with the WSIS Plus 20 review. This is about delivering on the promises of our digital society, delivering on the promises of what we called 20 years ago the information society. And it's important to build on the discussions we had last year in the Global Digital Compact. There we agreed on a series of commitments. Now we have the opportunity of really using the WSIS framework to update it, to strengthen it, and to make progress in this cross-pollination between multilateral and multi-stakeholder. There are many elements in the WSIS framework apart from the IGF. The IGF is very important, but we have the WSIS Forum, we have UNGIS, we have the CSTD, we have different pieces and parts, some more multilateral on one side of the spectrum, some more multi-stakeholder. What we have to do, I think, is to evolve them into a WSIS Plus that works better, that really uses all the strength of the multilateral and the multi-stakeholder approach to deliver on what we want our populations, our people, the citizens of this world to live in a better place, which nowadays is completely hybrid between digital and physical. Thank you.
Thanks, Jorge.
Thanks, Jorge.
Yeah, and also just a point, thanks for adding on the deliverable side of things, right? And also one thing that one of our panelists mentioned, and maybe the audience as well, is the so-called tension between multilateralism and multi-stakeholderism. And I do believe that highlighting Net Mundial as kind of a compromise around that is relevant, because it did try to show that both can and have always coexisted in a lot of ways, right? So there is no reason to be arguing around these so-called tensions. But I'll give the floor back to you guys at the panel if you want to comment on any of the points from the audience, and maybe we can have another round as well.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I will use this, what Bruna just has said, you know, this misunderstanding, or I don't know how to call it, between multilateralism and multi-stakeholderism. So this is partly nonsense, because it is an innovation in policy making. What I said in my first statement when Kofi Annan addressed the WCIG, and he argued in favor of we have to rethink the policy processes, because as Jorge has said, it's about substance. We have to deliver something, and the procedures, you know, how to reach it has to be adjusted to the substantial challenges. And as Bill has said, you know, we are still, with regard to procedures, in a thinking that some governments have not really understood that the multi-stakeholder approach and the multilateral mechanisms are two sides of a coin. They are belonging together. Yesterday, the UNESCO Deputy Secretary General made it very clear that the stakeholders have the knowledge, the technical expertise, also the engagement, but the governments have the legitimacy and the authority to agree on binding commitment. So these two sides has to go together, and not that we have 3 minutes consultations with stakeholders and then governments go in a different room and negotiate the final outcome document. This is nonsense. This won't work, and we will have to see what will happen now with the WSIS Plus 20 output document. So what I see is another interesting innovation based on a proposal by the European Commission, that now the two co-facilitators have created a so-called sounding board, you know, from stakeholders, which could function as a link between the consultations among non-state actors and the state actors sitting in the negotiation rooms. So it has to be seen how open the governments will be, and to accept that real intervention come from non-state actors, and that the input which come from non-state actors will have also an impact on the final outcome document. And once again, you know, procedures are important. The Net Mundial Plus 10 multi-stakeholder guidelines are a big step forward, because it clarified that multi-stakeholder is much more than just to have consultations. So this is really useful, and we should practice the multi-stakeholder principles from Sao Paulo. But procedures are important. As I said, more important is the substance and the final outcome. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Wolfgang. It's fantastic to see Jennifer here, because Jennifer and Taking It Global was our youth caucus during WSIS, and our youth WSIS, youth IGF. So really nice to have you back. And it's not only as old people that are back, there's some young people back too. I think that we talk a lot about the evolution of the IGF. I think we also need to be cautious about not making the IGF be everything and the solution for every multi-stakeholder or multilateral inclusive governance problems. I think the IGF has proven that it can deepen participation. I talked about the evolution of the infrastructure and the institutional framework, the ecosystem. I didn't mention, for example, the parliamentary track. There's a judiciary track. I mean, there's still a need in the view of some people, including myself, that we can include governments in a more targeted, outcome-oriented way. But I think that we also need to be cautious about, when we talk about recommendations, for example. Jennifer asked the question about reporting. If you do recommendations, there's value, I think, in the IGF messages. They're very useful. They reflect a multiplicity of perspectives, which very few other policy forums would do. But the moment you start actually calling them recommendations, then questions come up such as, who's accountable for implementing them? How do you report on what happens with those recommendations? Who gives the people who develop those recommendations a mandate to do so in the first place? And you could so easily do, in fact, some national and regional IGFs do come up with recommendations, but there's very little follow-up and implementation on those recommendations. That doesn't mean they're not without value. But I think the strength of the IGF is that it is a space where we can talk both about big picture challenges, such as we currently in a geopolitical environment where there's a lot of conflict. There's conflict between countries, there's conflict on issues, there are questions about the fear that people have of AI and emerging tech, the role of big tech companies, the abuse of the internet. And the IGF gives us a place to cooperate, to work collaboratively. And what is more important, to have those really meaningful, as Bill Drake was saying, not just one prepared statement after another, but real debate, deep debate. What's more important, having that between different stakeholders, even stakeholders who don't agree with one another, or coming up with recommendations that might actually go nowhere. So I think that the influence of the IGF is immense. I think we've heard about that. I'm sitting next to Camila. The CGI, the innovation in Brazil to create a multi-stakeholder national internet governance framework. That's incredibly important. That wasn't the consequence of a recommendation that came out of the IGF. It was a consequence of the depth of the inclusive process and the openness of the IGF to discuss and be innovative. So I think let's keep this forum, let's strengthen it. But let's not overburden it with becoming a negotiating forum that has to come up with consensus recommendations, because I think that could actually ultimately weaken it or not optimize its enormous potential. And I really do believe that we're only beginning to realize the potential of this innovation. I think the IGF is future-proof. We just need to make sure that we can have it and keep growing it and strengthening it.
Thank you.
Also, adding on what Anki had said, I believe that we don't need to make it tough with the recommendation, but we could improve reporting mechanisms. So we are talking about people who cannot be in the room, people who can be in the room in the future. So about transparency, about accountability, IGF can be strengthened to have not closed recommendations, but also to strengthen the role of MAG, to strengthen the transparency that we have with these kinds of discussions, and also making a greater use of IGF to do follow-ups on these discussions. So, okay, we don't need to wait for WSIS plus 30 to continue this. IGF can be one of these spaces, and IGF at this year was very important to warm up for this moment, for example. And one last point is that we are talking about the difference of stakeholder participations. And I believe that it's key that public interest is at the center. And when we consider the different participation that we have between different stakeholder groups, we see that the tech power, unfortunately, makes public interest not necessarily in the first page or at the center of the discussion as we should. So I think it's important for us to keep that in mind, also to enhance the legitimacy of this discussion, having public interest at the center.
Thank you, Camila. Halima?
Thank you so much. I have just a last question. How can we ensure these improvements become reality? The answer is by renewing the mandate with a stronger focus on accountability, practical partnerships, and the flexibility to adapt. So these spaces stay dynamic, open, and valuable for anyone. And thank you.
Thank you very much. Thibaut, we don't know if you want to add anything to this conversation, but if you would like to, you're more than free to jump in. We cannot hear you so far.
Excellent. I hope you can hear me better this time. Can you hear me now? Yes?
Yes, we do. Thank
very
you.
good. No, I think that already the questions were very, I think, useful and interesting. I would just add maybe or repeat what others also said, that you need also to specialize the various fora, the various bodies we have also in the UN and beyond, because if we want to be inclusive, you cannot ask the youth, the developing countries, the many NGOs and academics to show up in all sorts of places. I think the fact that we have the IGF as a one instance has really benefits, that it can be really offering a forum for everyone. And I think that's something we should value. But of course, the IGF should have a role, a specific role, which is certainly to debate and to open new discussions. In our view in the EU, we think indeed it should be institutionalized, but also what I was saying earlier, maybe having a secretariat or a director would be very convenient, because then it means that the IGF could also take part in other, developments as part of the UN family. And maybe that's what is also the missing link from debate to action. So I think that processes and structures can make, channels, and can also create an efficient way to reflect the diversity of views that we hear in the context of the IGF.
Okay, thank you very much, Thibaut. I think we've reached sort of the last 5 minutes of the session here, and I think Bruno and I were hoping to try and draw out some takeaways, or at least some key themes from these discussions. And it has been a really rich discussion, so thank you to those of you on the stage and also to those in the audience who contributed here. From my perspective, I guess some points that I take away here. Obviously, the multi-stakeholder model or multi-stakeholder approach has a very long and rich history, but coming out of WSIS, it was a real innovation and a new approach. And we have actually already been doing the work to evolve that. And Camilla mentioned Net Mundial and Net Mundial Plus 10 as really key milestones on that road. We do need to keep progressing with that and developing these models and these processes to reflect and respond to the technology and the social use of the technology that we have now. I think the point that certainly IGF and WSIS and other multi-stakeholder platforms need to be for everybody, need to be inclusive is absolutely vital. But I think, Henriette, your point that they can't be everything for everybody is equally vital, that there needs to be some understanding of the role of an IGF or a WSIS forum and the limitations that go along with that role, and how these processes interface then with other more decisional policy-making processes, other events, other structures that exist. And I think the other thing that came through very strongly was we need, where we're looking to evolve, where we're looking to develop these structures, we need to be looking at the local and the regional. And so that's national and regional initiatives in the IGF parlance, but I think more generically looking at the communities and their specific issues rather than simply trying to take a single global view, which is not going to answer the issues or the challenges that anyone really has. So Bruna, I'll pass to you. Those are the points that I had.
Yeah, I'll just add a couple more. The main one is also the growing support, right, for the permanence of the IGF mandate that seems to be part of this conversation, and one of the main points that needs to be, conveyed in the resolution towards the end of the year, and also towards most of our contributions to the elements paper and so on. Especially, and on that note, I would just like to say that it would be much interesting as well to hear what the global majority governments are thinking about the mandate renewal as well as part of this conversation and as a key part of the diversity aspects of the Internet Governance Forum, the WSIS mechanism in spaces and so on. Two more points. One is that the whole point about the conflicts, right? The idea that not only multilateralism and multi-stakeholderism, they can coexist, but the fact that WSIS is a good example of that. That's the sister brother events, WSIS high-level events, and the IGF are the main example that they not only can coexist, but multi-stakeholderism and multilateralism, they do coexist in a much healthy way and with the back and forth kind of feeding process and communications between both spaces. And last but not least, also towards the future, I would say that the future and evolution of these spaces, they do a lot. It talks a lot about improving representation, improving the points that are brought to these debates, and also bringing these spaces closer to the real life issues, something that many of you conveyed in your speeches, but also in doing that, eliminating the tensions between the topics, eliminating the tensions between the spaces, and last but not least, addressing the points about reporting mechanisms and accountability as a core aspect of that. And I think that many in this room agree with that, and maybe I'll stop here and see if you guys would like to add more to the wrap up.
And I just want to emphasize something that Camila said, which is the public interest. I know it's a complex term. Public means different things in different parts of the world, but I think that is what the IGF gives us. And I think I think I agree with everything that you've said. I think just maybe the one thing is that we also need to be willing to take risk. And digital is complex, and the challenges that come with the combination of emerging challenges and opportunities from digital technology, and the challenges of geopolitical tension and how difficult it has become to work collaboratively, does sometimes require us to go out of our comfort zone, to talk about topics which we are not all going to be in agreement on. And I think let's use the IGF to work together, to agree, to collaborate, but let's also use it to have this kind of frank, open, inclusive dialogue on topics that we're not necessarily all going to find it easy to reach agreement on.
Thanks, Amrit. Camila?
Thank you. Talking not about risks, but about difficult conversations, the gender dimension is still missing at internet governance. At IGF, we still see panel almost entirely with men. So also one important discussion and hard discussion that we need to have is gender should be at the center of internet governance, both at IGF and also maybe with a new action line at WSIS to be cross-cutting, gender as a cross-cutting issue at WSIS.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We do need to wrap up now. I don't think anyone on this stage will be surprised that internet governance discussions can be a little self-reflective a lot of the time. We talk about what our structures are, how they can evolve. But I think this is a really important moment with the WSIS review coming up, with the opportunities that we have this year to actually move forward on some of these issues. So thank you very much for all of the input here. Thank you to everyone who spoke today. We'll obviously have a report on this, but there will be much more work to do in the coming 5 or 6 months as we move towards evolving this.
And also thanks to the ITU and the IGF MAG for the help in organizing this panel.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everyone.
Hi, good afternoon. Oh, great, you can hear me. Hi, everybody. It's 4:30. We have a jam-packed hour to talk all things data governance. So a warm welcome to you all. Thank you for being here. Very happy to be the host and introducing all the panelists to this session. So welcome to the Broadband Commission for Sustainable Development, official launch of the Data Governance Toolkit, Navigating Data in the Digital Age. So just to tell you what to expect in the next hour. So first we begin with a round of opening remarks. So warm welcome from our co-chairs from UNESCO, UNDP, and ITU, followed by a high-level panel to talk about challenges and opportunities in data governance at a country level. So to start things off, please allow me to call for the opening remarks. So first is Mr. Tawfiq Jalasi, Assistant Director General for Communication and Information at UNESCO, followed by Ms. Sulina Abdullah, Executive Director, Broadband Commission for Sustainable Development, ITU. And next we have Ms. Yuping Chan, Head of Digital Partnerships at UNDP. So I invite the three of you to please come to the stage. Thank you.
Excellencies, ministers, ambassadors, delegates, distinguished panelists, esteemed guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It feels like yesterday, 9 o'clock, when we had the opening session for WSIS Plus 20 in this very same room. But I'll promise you that I will not repeat what I said yesterday for the next couple of minutes. So I'm very pleased to welcome you to the official launch of the outcome of the Broadband Commission for Sustainable Development Working Group on Data Governance. And I would like to express our deep gratitude to the co-chairs of this working group. Besides UNESCO, it is ITU, UNDP, and the African Union for their commitment, leadership, and their dedication to this topic for the last almost 2 years of work. I would like also to express our thanks to the members of the working group, our key institutional partners, Smart Africa, represented here by its president and CEO, Lassina Kone, Singapore, IMDA, GSMA, and the Digital Cooperation Organization, but also to acknowledge the very important contribution made by many experts who have enriched and shaped the outcomes of this working group. In particular, I would like to thank Mr. Stefan Verhulst and others who have been instrumental in grounding this work in evidence, ethics, and real-world applications. The Data Governance Toolkit, which we'll introduce in more details today, is a collective achievement. It's a product of shared commitment between public and private sector officials, since, as you may know, the UN Broadband Commission for Sustainable Development is quite a unique setup within the UN system. It comprises, apart from principles of some UN organizations, it comprises 60 commissioners, mainly coming from private sector, but also from civil society. We try to ensure that the outcome we'll present to you is very much anchored in human rights, gender equality, inclusion, and cooperation. We all know that in today's digital world and today's artificial intelligence era, data powers everything, from systems, applications, to connectivity, to cybersecurity. Yet, If data is to serve the public good, it must be governed through a rights-based, inclusive approach. Without inclusive, interoperable data governance, we risk deepening existing inequalities, undermining trust, which we believe is the foundation of any sustainable digital society. The Data Governance Toolkit was precisely developed with this in mind. It is a practical and adaptable guide. It provides governments and institutions with clear guidance on how to build resilient and coherent data systems. It addresses key issues, including legal frameworks, institutional roles, cross-border data flow, and capacity building needs. The toolkit is more than just a resource. It serves as a holistic framework for actionable change. It lends practical support to the political impetus which is required to accelerate international cooperation and tackle the critical challenges of data governance on a global scale. It is essential to underscore that the Data Governance Toolkit is not an endpoint in itself, but rather the beginning of a broader journey. We are now moving into the next phase, which is country-level implementation. Our focus shifts to supporting countries in adapting the principles contained in our work to their specific contexts. We call on all stakeholders, both public and private, to actively participate and contribute to the next chapter. Strong partnerships are crucial to scaling impact, strengthening capacity, and building data governance systems that are equitable, inclusive, and sustainable for all. To ensure broad accessibility, I am pleased to announce that the Data Governance Toolkit is already available in French language, besides English language, and we are working to make it available in several other languages to enable wider adoption across regions. This toolkit should be seen as a living piece, informed by regional consultations, concrete examples, and multi-stakeholder engagement. This resource reflects a shared vision of a digital future that is ethical and just for all. In closing, let me say that at UNESCO, we see data governance as a cornerstone of digital cooperation and AI governance, including all emerging technologies that shape our societies and our economies. As the management guru Peter Drucker once said, the best way to predict the future is to create it. Let's create that future together, a future where data empowers people, data respects rights, and data advances the public good. Thank you.
So I'm Sulina Abdullah from the ITU, and big shoes to fill after Dr. Jelassi's speech. I have no quotes. Maybe I'll quote Dr. Jelassi. And he said most of it anyway. But Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we thank our co-chairs, UNESCO, UNDP, and the African Union for their leadership of this working group over the past year. ITU is proud to have helped shape this toolkit alongside the working group co-chairs and other members of the Broadband Commission. This work, we know, represents a genuine collaborative effort of the public and private sector partners. And this year, thank you, Dr. Jelassi, for mentioning a bit about the Broadband Commission. It is the Broadband Commission for Sustainable Development, and we are marking our 15th year. And it's 15 years of promoting global connectivity and digital inclusion. From its inception in 2010, the Commission leveraged its collective expertise to generate policy, regulation, and technology recommendations for harnessing the power of digital connectivity to leave no one behind. So we held a special meeting on Sunday. We're known as the Sunday Club. Our meetings are all on Sunday. We held a meeting on the 6th of July to commemorate these 15 years of active policy advocacy and leadership by the Commission. The toolkit seeks to address key challenges in aligning data governance policies around the world, and it makes a strong contribution to the Commission's research agenda. Now, historically, ITU focused on telecommunication and ICT networks and services rather than content and data per se. However, today, it's clearly impossible to separate networks from content in modern converged networks, and following the approval of resolutions at our Plenipotentiary Conference and the World Telecommunications Standardization Assembly. So following those, ITU has launched our work streams about data and data governance and AI governance to assist our ITU member states and membership. These are complicated areas, evolving very fast, and there is clearly a need for more capacity building among regulators and policymakers, which ITU also works on. So in this respect, we commend the toolkit for its comprehensive review of key issues in data governance, and it offers a very useful guide for key considerations in this dawning AI era for a range of stakeholders. And we are sure that many policymakers and regulators will find it useful. ITU contributed to the toolkit, for examples, through its complementary guiding tool for regulators published with the World Bank on our joint digital regulation platform to reinforce data governance with concrete technical guidance. And we're confident that together we can help bridge policy gaps, foster trust, and support interoperability for member states and membership. We clearly have to work together to engage governments, civil society, technologists, and donors, and so many other stakeholders in the design and the implementation of data policies. So we look forward to doing all that in a collaborative manner, and I thank you for your time. Thank you. Yu Ping, you're up.
Thank you, Sulina. And now I have even bigger shoes to fill, coming after two giants. So I have left feet and right feet I will have to get through in 4 minutes. Very quickly, I have the honor to present the Data Governance Toolkit on behalf of the co-chairs. And I will go through these slides very quickly to give you a sense of the scope and the scale of the toolkit, which we really have been working on as co-chairs to make sure that it's actionable, practical, and useful. So the stakes is outlined by Dr. Jelassi. The fact that today, we are really facing a world where there's more data than ever before, and we need to influence decision-making and actually use and leverage data to have real-world impact. There is untapped potential of data because data remains underused, and it's often misused and inaccessible. I think Dr. Jelassi spoke of the dangers of leaving people out of the potential of data, and this is where the potential of data needs to be unlocked for everyone, everywhere. And then finally, in order to make sure that this happens, the missing piece is really better data governance to unlock such value. The Data Governance Toolkit, as explained already and available online, will provide practical, adaptable guidance for policymakers. So it's a useful capacity building resource. It's implementation focused because it has frameworks, checklists, actionable recommendations that are, again, very user-friendly and available for policymakers to look at. And most importantly, particularly for UNDP, given our global presence, it is actually diverse in terms of perspectives and expertise. We consulted over 160 stakeholders globally through a series of global consultations organized by ITU, UNDP, the African Commission, and UNDP. And we consulted experts from all around the region to make sure that, indeed, the Data Governance Toolkit is something that can be used and incorporates different perspectives everywhere. The toolkit takes policymakers on a journey. We ask the questions of why, how, who and what. We explore, for instance, the vision and purpose for data and data governance. And then in the who, we address people and processes that are necessary to enforce data governance policies and practices. We look at the how, where we think about the principles to ensure that the purposes are met responsibly and effectively. And finally, we look at the what, which in some cases is the most important for implementation. We look at the policies, processes, and practices that manage the entire data lifecycle and really reach the purpose of the principles themselves. Finally, as explained before, it's not just a single aspect of the entire data lifecycle. We consider in the toolkit the entire data lifecycle, and each step will include guidance, policy pointers, and implementation tools. So starting from the first step of planning, through collecting, then processing of data, sharing of data, analyzing of data, and finally, the use of the data itself. All of these aspects are covered in the toolkit. As Dr. Jalasi and Sulaina have explained, this is a partnership in action, a living document. And this is where we're looking to the contributions of all of you and stakeholders to continue to enrich the toolkit and make sure that it continues to be practical, relevant, and useful to policymakers around the world. As Dr. Jalasi has explained, it is already available in French, and we are looking for partners to partner with us to make the toolkit accessible in other languages. We're looking towards supporting capacity building at the country level. And this is where UNDP, for instance, through our country offices and regional presences around the world, really want to land the toolkit an actionable impact for supporting our program countries and the national government partners. So we're looking for partners in the area of capacity building as well. And finally, it's important to continue enriching the toolkit with country use cases. So resource contributions are much welcome from stakeholder partners as well. We've already pre-launched the toolkit in UNESCO at the Paris conference a couple of weeks ago. And today, with the formal launch here at the WSIS and AI for Good Summit, we really hope to make a discernible contribution to the important area of data governance. The toolkit can be found online at both the UNESCO website as well as the BBCom website. Contact information is also available if you want to reach out to us. And thank you so much for your time and your participation in such an important collective endeavor.
Thank you so much. And now very excited to move on to our panel and interactive dialogue. So please allow me to call on our moderator and panelists. So first, our moderator, Mr. Guilherme Canela de Souza Godoy, Director, Digital Inclusion and Policies and Digital Transformation at UNESCO. And our panelists, first is His Excellency, Mr. Solly Malatsi, Minister, Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, South Africa. His Excellency, Professor Americo Muchanga, Minister of Communications and Digital Transformation, Mozambique. Ms. Ngisa Fuatai Purcell, Chief Executive Officer, Office of the Regulator, Samoa. Mr. Nilo Pasquale, Superintendent of Planning and Regulation, Brazilian National Telecommunications Agency. Ms. Claire Melamed, Chief Executive Officer, Global Partnership for Sustainable Development Data. And last but not least, Mr. Lacina Kone, Director General, Smart Africa. Thank you.
You again. So, good afternoon. As you heard, we have a fantastic lineup of panelists for discussing this important issue of data governance. I wish I would have more time for hearing from them and from you. So, the major assignment that Leona gave to me is to be a timekeeper. So this will work like that. I will work like a referee in a football match. So when you see this, is small red card. So it means that you only have 30 seconds to finish your thing. When you see this big one, then is really stop speaking because we need to move to the next person. And with that, I think we can have an interesting conversation about this. So data is everywhere today and probably was not that significant 20 years ago when we first started discussing what now we call the WSIS. But this does not mean that in this 20 years review, we can't add this important component, and that's why this panel is so strategic. And tools like these toolkits can be concrete and can help. So let me start with you, Minister Malatsi. You know, South Africa has included inclusive digital transformation and responsible innovation as a national priority, is one of the key topics of the G20 this year under your presidency. So if you can tell us, and this initial round is for 3 minutes each, from your perspective, what are the key building blocks for this idea of strengthening data governance in support of these goals that your policy has, and how tools like this toolkit can actually be an extra help for governments like yours and your ministry in actually delivering these policies. So welcome again, and over to you.
Thanks very much, and greetings to my fellow panelists and everyone in the room. I think initiatives like this toolkit are very useful, particularly in showcasing and sharing best practice that then empowers us as different countries who are grappling with, you know, the difficulties of how do we strike the most balanced approach towards data governance, protecting people's individual details and also enhancing governance to ensure that there aren't unnecessary and avoidable risks that may also transcend into posing a threat towards national security, because we know that there is such a strong appetite for getting through data and people's data, and some of those forces are driven by nefarious intentions. So it becomes very instrumental in putting even legislative interventions to that regard. From a local South African perspective, there are two legislations that we've been able to get, one being the protection of personal data, which puts a layer towards accessing and distribution of people's private information, but also the promotion of access to information, which empowers citizens to follow through mechanisms that are established by legislation to gain access to information that is not easily available but should be in the public domain out of public interest. So it is striking that balance, because we are mindful that not every piece of information or data is sensitive to be shielded from public scrutiny, but it is equally important to ensure that there are layers in society and through policy mechanisms to safeguard the interest of a nation from the continued rise in seeking access to that information. So these toolkits obviously become useful in also enhancing a multi-stakeholder approach to a coordinated efforts to make sure that our governance interactions do not elevate only the interest of the state, but because we come from democratic countries, upholding the values of democracy becomes important in striking that balance. And I think that becomes equally important in coordinating efforts from both a regional perspective and continental perspective, so that there are coordinated guidelines that also ensure that element of data operability across different dispensations and boundaries. And I hope I don't run the risk of a red card from you. Thank you.
You see, we all understand the language of football, so this helps a lot. And in the case of Brazil, of course, we are 5 times champions, so it's always useful to start with that. And I just realized that Portuguese speakers are a majority in this panel. Actually, we should speak in Portuguese, Leona. So, Minister Américo, boa tarde, bem-vindo. Your country has positioned digitalization as a strategic pillar on your overall national development plan. And actually, you also have launched a specific policy on data governance on that. So and it's very much aligned with the key pillars of the toolkit as Yuping presented. I guess you saw your own policy reflected in what we are here trying to help other countries to do. So maybe if in your 3 minutes you could tell to the audience, for those who don't know the policy in Mozambique, what are actually those pillars and how you see this evolving, you know, in the next steps. Over to you.
Thank you. I want to start by thanking the moderator and thanking the organizers for inviting us to be part of this panel. I just want to say that as we move our nations to be in the digital space, it means exposing most of the information that would otherwise be in archives that are locked to be available in digital domain. And when you do that, it means that you bring data that may be sensitive or data that it may not even be sensitive, but it's possible to be exploited for a not good use. So because of that, when we do that effort, we have to be conscious about building the necessary structure to make sure that privacy is protected and that the data is also protected. So as part of that effort, because we want the country, to be able to provide services using digital systems, so we also need to strengthen the organization around that process. And because of that, in the case of Mozambique, we are building the bodies for regulatory and also to ensure data protection. And we have approved regulatory instruments like a Data Protection Act. We are also in the process of developing a Cyber Security Act, and also to build instruments that speak to interoperability framework to enable several systems of the government to be able to share data. And all that's required because only when we have that information available for users, and that will be able to enhance the value of that. So among that, we also need to be able to establish bodies that would enable different organizations to be able to share data reliably. Because, for instance, for me to be able to treat a patient, I may need to have access to his information about his identity. So I need to be able to bring that information. Also, it's important to have international collaboration because we need to learn from the others. We need to be able to ensure that the data protection mechanisms in one country is somehow similar to the other countries so that companies that are providing services in different countries, they know which kind of regulation to expect. So because I'm from Mozambique and we also play football, I'll give you the 15 seconds for you to manage for the next player. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You actually scored a goal now with this. Thank you so much. So let's pass to another Portuguese-speaking country, fellow compatriot from Brazil, Nilo Pasquale. You actually, Nilo, are coming from the perspective of the regulator. So Brazil, of course, as a country, the different bodies establishing the policies are paying a lot of attention in several of these elements, including data governance. But then it's up to the regulators to say, okay, how we absorb those policies and regulate the sector with the mandate that was conferred to you by the parliament and so on and so forth. So how your regulator, that is the telecom regulator, is actually looking into this challenge of data governance. Over to you and welcome.
Well, first, thank you very much for the invitation, being such a prestigious panel. So I thank everyone. Well, we are the telecommunication regulator. As you well mentioned, we have different institutions in the country. They're responsible for several aspects when we're talking about data. We have in the country already one, I think that's probably one of the baselines when we're talking about data governance, is to have some form of legal framework for data governance, especially for data protection. We have in the country one already, it's called LGPD. That's the law that gave the general framework for data protection. It also created our data protection authority in the country. But in a broader sense, they won't be doing everything by themselves, of course. So a lot of cooperation between organizations is going to be key to make sure that this happens. And this is probably one of the main issues and challenges that we have, how to coordinate with so many different actors this kind of discussions. Even in that sense, maybe one of the main challenges when we're talking about regulation, it's maintaining a sound environment for investment, making sure we have a stable environment for operators to grow, making sure they know what the rules are, what the boundaries are, and what they can do and what they cannot do. This, of course, is a very big challenge. I'm not saying it's easy, but it's something that every regulator faces in every sector. The telecom regulator, of course, faces this every time since technology is moving so fast during these days. But that's probably one of the major issues that we have to make sure that we have stability in the rules, and we have an open discussion on what kind of rules are we having. So making sure you have a process that builds upon public consultation, builds upon discussions with every actor and in all the sectors. This is key to make sure that you have a governance framework that's understandable by everyone and it's agreeable by everyone as well. And this is in all levels of public discussion as well. So federal government, any ruling that comes from this level, it has to speak with local level laws as well, and level rules. So we have some sort of harmonized discussion. And I will bring a specific aspect on this discussion as well that talks about actually makes sure that things work, which is standards. And when we're talking about standards, we should always think about international cooperation as well. Things only get interoperable when we're talking about standards and everybody agrees on standards as well. So this is probably the main key points. I'm the first one that got the red card, sorry, but for only 2 seconds.
He got a prize from the other one, right? So I should have, you're right. It was my mistake to not realize this particular element of data governance. So in this, did I pronounce correct? In NISA, you also regulator, right, in your country. And I mean, it's a very also particular reality of the small islands, because of course these kind of comprehensive frameworks, they need to be tailor-made for specific realities. So what are your learnings of the journey that you have been taking towards this issue of data governance, and how this experience maybe can be useful for other similar nations in terms of the challenges that small islands, development islands are facing nowadays? So over to you.
First of all, thank you very much, honorable ministers, the co-chairs. I thank the Commission for the invitation. And to answer your question, yes, it's Samoa has moved into data governance framework. And my experience, you ask, it's very challenging. A lot of challenges, especially the people need training. And then also there's a challenge of data security. And there's a challenge of bringing together the government entities and agree on what is needed to be done. So these are all the challenges that we are facing, but we are committed to go forward with implementing the framework of data governance. And to me, those are the 3 key issues that I mentioned. But going forward, we are looking at collaborating some more, ensuring that the key people in government do come together and embrace this task that we have been asked to do. And hence the reason why discussing the data governance toolkit is very important. we really, really welcome such an achievement and also tool that can help us. And the other issue too is that as people learn, they tend to move on, find jobs that pay them a lot more money than government. And that is a real challenge. Then we will have to get more people and train them. And doing that, it's a challenge that we cannot live without. Of course, Samoa is a very small country, 200,000 people. It has a positive effect in that we don't have many entities like large countries. So therefore, we are in a better position to move on and to share our story with other countries. And it can be an impetus for the Pacific Island countries, especially the fact that Samoa was the first country in the Pacific to liberalize its telecommunication and brought mobile phones into the country, first to implement its policy, legislation, and establish the office of the regulator. So we are very much hands-on, and we're looking forward to this challenge. And I know we can meet it with the assistance of the Broadband Commission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Fascinating, and thank you for all the panelists for sticking to the time. This will allow us to open the conversation. Claire, let me move to you. We heard all the panelists at the end of the day, the underlying thing is that we need to do that for the people, for our end user, our beneficiaries, our taxpayers, our citizens. And we are hearing here in WSIS these days that the multi-stakeholder model can help that, because then you can have the other players involved, in your case, the civil society. So how is your organization interacting with the actors, including the governments, for advancing this element of data governance with a human rights-driven perspective? Over to you.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all of the other panelists. It's been a real privilege to sit here and listen to what they have to say. I'm really glad to bring in the perspective of civil society and of people here, because after all, why are we interested? What are we doing data governance for? What is the ultimate objective here is to make people's lives better, is to protect them from the harms that can come from the misuse of their data, and to ensure that their data, that precious information that individuals give up to institutions, whether that's in the public sector or the private sector, is used to benefit them. So ultimately, if the point of this is to make people's lives better, then we have to have a conversation directly with them about what that means. How would they define what good looks like in terms of data governance? What is it that people actually want from this process? And how can we make sure that we set up the conversations at a national level, at a global level, in a way that we can understand what that is, and then develop the kind of frameworks that can deliver it? So it seems to me that in terms of frameworks and practicalities, there are a number of different things to think about here. First of all, of course, and I think the toolkit does this really well, we have to think about engagement of individuals and groups and community groups as we design frameworks, in the design of new policy frameworks. But it has to be more, I think, than just a sort of one-off process of designing a framework and then not expecting individuals to have any other engagement beyond that. Because, of course, as we all know, this is a very fast-moving world, and things will change very quickly. So it's important that within the framework is also contained mechanisms to enable citizen contribution and for communities to be involved in deciding, as I say, what is done with this incredibly precious resource, which is their information and all about them. I think this isn't all one-way traffic, though. This is not all about regulators, policymakers giving away power to citizens, because I think that this kind of accountability and consultation is also, and we see this again and again in practical policy making, an absolute prerequisite for getting the kind of public trust and public consent to be able to operate any of these frameworks. Unless people feel confident and trust the regulators, the data that they are governing, and the fact that they will have some sort of accountability and redress if things go wrong, we won't get the public consent that allows any kind of policy making to function effectively. So I think accountability needs to run right through this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, last but not least, Lacina, Smart Africa was a partner from this process from the outset. And I remember when we had our conversation in Barcelona, you were very much interested in seeing this child to see the light of the day. And you mentioned a very valid concern. Let's hope this is not going to be another piece of paper that the UN does and so on. So how you think we can make this a reality, to use this toolkit, to not be in another drawer as the many we have there in Paris, full of books and so on?
Thank you very much for inviting us. Thank you, Dr. Jelashi. In fact, this report, this pilot has, this toolkit has two significance. One, it's initiated by broadband commissioners. Two, it is not just another document. Not only is another document, because we were from the outset, we were actually part of this working group. First of all, before I tackle, I know you're looking at the watch, you actually ate about 1 minute from my time, so I'm taking that into account. Yeah. So for Smart Africa, for us, it's very essential, this toolkit, because in our days today, the only way you can conquer a country without lifting a finger is with the data. I don't have to be in your country to conquer you, because you are generating digital footprints on this single day. I can predict what kind of person are you, and I know how to conquer you. So having a toolkit like this, which will allow Smart Africa to completely align with our vision, which is to transform Africa to a single digital market, which is another challenge, but the toolkit does address the cross-border nature. How do you apply data governance in the cross-border data flow? So it is really a significant progress for us. And I promise here, this is not going to be just another document of the UN or of the Broadband Commission, just exactly what Smart Africa did with the 21st century financing model, the report. We will actually appropriate ourselves with it, because having over 50 countries in Africa, over 50 regulatory, and we have a toolkit today, which gives the country latitude to actually customize to their own need and to their own restrictions without really imposing anything. And it's our role in this case, for policy harmonization today, what Mozambique is doing differently than South Africa, how they can talk to each other if we want to do one-stop border post, for example, or non-stop border post, a truck driver leaving from South Africa all the way to Mozambique. This is all data crossing the data flow across the borders. So this toolkit, we will actually appropriate ourselves with it. And the action, 5 action, I have a 38 second here. We are going to institutionalize it each country level. That's one. Second thing, in order to be transformed, you have to be informed. It basically means we need to create a tailored model of capacity building for local users. 3, peers learning, which is basically create a Pan-African, I can say, community of practitioners. And number 4, driving now harmonization respect to cross-border data flow. It's all in there. You owe me 2 seconds.
Fantastic. You see, these panelists, they behave very well. So I will, with your permission, I will invert a bit the game. I know we had a second round, but allow me to open to the audience. Let's get 3 questions from them, and then we see how we do with time. But so please, be as behaved as the panel, and actually do questions, not long statements. So quick questions, if you have, about this to the panelists, to keep this discussion going on the data governance issue. So who would like to start? Otherwise, I have questions on my pocket here. Please, the gentleman there. Oh, you need mics.
Thank you. Thank you very much to give me the floor, and thank you very much to organize this inspiring meeting. I am Riyad Bazia. I'm an international expert involved also in WSIS process since 2003. And my question, yes, I go directly to the question. Yes, I appreciate the involvement of the delegate from Samoa, because in the Pacific region nowadays, what I see, also in the UN agencies, in the international negotiation, the involvement of those islands in Pacific Ocean, Tonga, Tuvalu, Fiji, and the others. And the connectivity should be improved more and more. So my question to Madam, how do you see your involvement also with the collaboration with the other UN agencies, which is linked with the connectivity, like the trade, WTO, like also postal union, like, and yes, it was clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Another question, so please take note, and then we'll collect a group, and then we, yes, please, sorry, there is a light here, so I can't see. Alison, over to you.
Thank you very much. Alison Gilward from Research ICT Africa. Just as we have so many African ministers and representatives on the panel, there's been a lot of reference to data protection, and of course that's a very important aspect, but just referencing the African Union data policy framework, which not only emphasizes sort of fundamental first generation rights, but also second and third economic and planet environmental rights. And very importantly, the importance of data governance from an enabling point of view. So regulation that's required in order to get that access to data, in order to redress the very uneven distribution of opportunities associated with the data-driven technologies that we've got. And I wondered if you could speak to what the toolkit and what the member countries that are signatories to the data policy framework could speak about that enabling aspect, that economically enabling aspect of the African Union data policy framework, or others.
Thank you, Alison. Can we get one more?
Hi. On the idea of this cross-border data flow, how do you prevent that, you know, those hyperscalers generalizing cloud over the data and accelerated by AI, combined with the data sovereignty regulations, how those two ideas are combining together?
Good, so you got the question. So let's start with these. Before I pass the ball to you, because maybe I will give the division of the time to you to get the questions and then already do your conclusions. Let me just tell what are the keywords I took from your speeches. Risk and opportunities, this good tension, not an antagonist tension between privacy and access to information, but how we solve it in the benefit of the others. You talk about records management, you talk about safety, you talked about interoperability, about capacity building, about listening, also about how these things are future-proof, legal frameworks, the problems of internal coordination in government, special federal governments like Brazil, rule of law, the rules of the game. We talked about accountability, sovereignty, cross-border cooperation. So on all this Christmas tree or the supermarket list, while also responding the three questions, if you could also say, okay, these are not smaller challenges. What are the cooperation? All of you talked about the need for more cooperation. What we can do more, institutions like UNESCO or UNDP or ITU, at the end of the day, we are matchmakers, we are honest brokers. So what is our role here in your view? Let's start with you. The first question was for you. So we have 10 minutes, so more or less 1 minute and 30 seconds each.
Thank you very much.
The mic, please.
Thank you. So the question was about connectivity in the Pacific. Yes, of course, you are correct. Connectivity is much better now in every island of the Pacific. But I was talking about Samoa's moving towards data governance framework, and that is not easy. That is a challenge. That's what I was talking about, and of course, we work together with UN agencies who are based in Samoa. And it's not just one agency. There are a lot of them. And also we have other organizations like the World Bank, Asia Development Bank, that we discuss in moving this forward. So I wasn't talking about connectivity. While it's not as good as the rest of the world, but it's much better. And we can communicate to our people overseas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe I take the three representatives from Africa now, because there were two questions actually that maybe you can interact with. So let's start with you, Minister, and then you.
Thanks very much. And I think to Alison's observation, the key challenge is to rise up to committing to implementing what is already available. And she mentions the AU Data Governance Policy Framework, which clearly outlines what is required of member states in order to ensure that compliance, and also to cover the point around cross-border data control, which requires far more synergy and collaboration between regulators, but also becomes important to capacitate our regulators, to capacitate policymakers, and to capacitate public servants who deal on a daily basis with looking at the safeguards for interventions that provide that balance, because there can often be a temptation due to the risk that the threats of any infiltration towards data governance represents, to over-regulate and respond to every intervention with much more regulation, instead of providing the balance that also empowers citizens to use data governance as a tool for economic development, which becomes instrumental from an African perspective. Thank you.
I think Minister Solly has addressed some of the question coming from Alison, so I will not add that much to that. All what I need to say is that we need to take advantage of the existing tools that have been tried and tested elsewhere, so that we all can move with the same knowledge and perhaps at the same pace. So the advantage of having a tool is that I don't have to start from scratch. I can learn from what has been done, and I should learn about which kind of pitfalls that I have to address and build from there. And the reason why we need to do this is that data, it is actually gold. Without data, there is no AI. I mean, the large language models, they wouldn't work without data. So we need to make data available, but we need to be conscious of the fact that data can be exploited for bad. And as such, we need to put the instrument, put the regulations, put the technology to ensure that privacy is protected and that data is used for good. I think this is what is very important. And regulators, governments, and technology practitioners, they need to make sure that data is available for good use, and that we are able to safeguard, in particular because the data that we are putting, it comes from the people that themselves, they may not have even a good knowledge as to how to protect their information. So we manage, the infrastructure that stores that data and manipulate that data, we need to put the technology, put the surveillance, and make sure that the regulation is there so that there's no misuse. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lucien. So maybe you can take the last
question,
I'll
take the last question. So to answer that question, what would the world look like without any data governance if the whole thing was actually left to the hyperscaler? It will be a wild, wild west, a lawless land. That is, so let's differentiate and segregate between what is public cloud, what is a private cloud, what is a sovereign cloud, and what is the role of the hyperscaler in those. For us in Africa, having a data governance and addressing a sovereign cloud and addressing our population, it is the existential matter. Because we cannot, as I said to you, to conquer a world today, you don't need to move out of Ireland. You just sit in Ireland with the data from different countries and you actually do whatever you want to do. So yes, the hyperscaler, they have a big role to play in Africa. In fact, what we are all experiencing today, it is only the tip of the iceberg, if you know. This is just the B2C. It means business to consumer. Then we have a G2G, government to government. What's the government to government data has to do with hyperscaler? Or why would you actually rely on a hyperscaler which is outside your continent and your country for your data cross-border data flow? It does not make any sense at all. Yes, the hyperscaler, I'm welcome, but you need to put some safeguard in terms of data governance. And that's the reason the AI, the data governance toolkit is very important for every country to appropriate yourself to address G2G, government to government, G2B, government to business, B2C, business to consumer, and G2C, which is the government to the businesses. And even C2C, I've seen this in Norway, which is a customer to another customer. The protection is essential.
Thank you very much. Claire, so we talked about these different keywords. You talked a lot about accountability, but how the international cooperation can foster that?
Thank you. So I wanted just briefly here to mention another international process under the auspices of the UN. I think some of the members of the group are in the room, but I wanted to just briefly mention the UN Working Group on Data Governance at all levels, which is held under the auspices of the Committee on Science and Technology for Development, run by UNCTAD here in Geneva. And this, mandated by the Global Digital Compact, is meeting now, has had just recently, last week, finished the second meeting to discuss this very question. As is appropriate for the UN, the group is looking not so much at any individual national level principles or frameworks for data governance, but rather at how those principles and frameworks intersect globally to create the kind of data governance frameworks that, for example, to take some of the topics suggested by the GDC, ensure that the benefits of data are shared equitably between jurisdictions, making sure that that the flows of data are enabled safely and fairly around the world. And I think the group is in its very early stages, but it has, it is meeting. It has an evenly balanced membership of government and non-governmental stakeholders. So it's fairly interesting and unique experiment within the UN, and designed exactly to tackle this question. So I have no answers for you, but I have at least a process for coming to those answers.
Well, that's already very helpful because it's very pragmatic, right? Nilo, you are superintendent of planning and regulation, so you heard all the keywords that we mentioned here, your fellow panelists. How this helps you in this planning, right? When you are in panels like that and you get these kind of inputs, what are your takeaways?
Well, on that point, it certainly gets a lot of complications when you're discussing in the regulatory sense, because we're talking about how the rules are going to be built. And if you're talking about rulemaking, then you're talking about if somebody doesn't obey, you'll have to fine or do something about it. So it's more critical because we all certainly agree on the principles of how things should work, but the point is on how do you implement them. I want to give you an example that's happening right now in a discussion with our Data Protection Authority, for instance, in the discussion of AI. Because one of the questions was how to maintain the enabling environment for things to actually foster and keep things going. At the same time, as was said, for instance, for AI, you need massive data. How do you collect all these massive data? And the discussion we're having there is our law on data protection stipulates that you need consent by the user to use their data. And it has to be motivated as well. So why are you asking that data and what you're going to use it for? How do you match that with the idea of creating a large language model that will basically be used for anything? So this is the kind of discussions that you have to reach a conclusion to bring this kind of certainty and regulatory certainty for players to actually work on in a safe environment. this is a discussion that's happening right now. I'm not sure anyone has a clear idea on how to match all these concepts, because the consent concept, it's obvious to everyone. User should know what he's doing. The motivation concept as well. But everybody agrees that we need an environment as well. So how do you match all this? This is probably part of the discussion, and these are the kind of discussions that regulators have. So it's not that easy, but it's certainly helpful to have this kind of discussions with different countries as well as different players. So we try to collect these ideas and see how can we mesh inside the country as well. So thank you again for the invitation.
Thank you, obrigado. And you saw in those 6 steps that Yuping was mentioning, actually the last one is precisely resharing these, right? So the data, the jurisprudence of regulators is an interesting thing to be shared with others, because not all countries are equal, but when you take a decision in a particular regulatory environment, for the other regulators to learn from that, it's already saving a lot of time, although, of course, they will need to adapt. So look, I moderated very many panels in my life, but I have never had a lineup of speakers that were so committed to keep the time, to allow the discussion to flow. Maybe the red card worked, but I didn't even need to use that. So I need to round of applause for them. Fantastic conversation. Many people were involved in this process of making this toolkit. Some of the organizations were mentioned by ADG Jelassi, by Sulina, but allow me to extend a special thank you for Leona from my team that is there looking in her cell phone, because she was the one really doing the heavy lifting in this story. Thank you very much, Leona. So as you heard, the toolkit is available online, and now the next step is how we implement, how we take this forward. Count on us, but we also count on you. Thank you very much. Have a nice evening.
Ladies and gentlemen, just a reminder, at 6 o'clock we have yoga sessions in the open space on the first floor. For all of you who need some extra energy to continue with the day, please join us at 6 o'clock on the first floor in front of room F at the WSIS Plus 20 open space for our yoga sessions. See you there.